ask us questions. Thank you so much. See you in a bit. Sound over to you.
Within you, open the eyes of your mind, your ears and mouth, as I sing my song. The eyes of your ears and mouth. I'll be waiting. I'll be with the and yesterday. Many today to waste away. Whatever the best is never late. Oh, see the times have changed. But in this world. Drop your goals and your shorts, and let us be us wrong. We all need love and understanding. So drop your guns and your swords, and let us leave all as one. Oh. I'll be waiting. Oh, I'll be. Every nation across the ocean is more than just a goddess. We all need one another. Oh, oh. 365 days a year, I give you all my love. I do what a good wife should do. Sometimes it gets a little too much. 5 years I've been with you. If you didn't love me all this years, something wrong with you, boy. You keep roaming the street, making all them little kids ignoring me. take your sorry tales and tell it to someone who cares. 5 years I rode with you, and if you didn't want me all this year, something wrong with you, boy. You keep running the street, making all the little kids ignoring me. Oh,
Thank you so much, Sound. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can we please reduce the volume of the microphone? It's really on the high side. How are we doing today? Mic check. Okay. Thank you so much, Sound. Good morning, ma'am. How are you doing today? So, an order was given that you must meet at least one or two people today. You didn't what? All right. Okay. So, who have you met so far? Wano is not. Wano, why are you letting your sister to hang? Okay. You met Wano. So, what does Wano do? You graduated from the same campus. Which campus is that? Port Harcourt Law School. Fantastic. What's your name? Your name is?
Zainab.
Zainab. You look lovely, by the way. All right, ma'am. You were in the hall when I made the announcement. So how many people did you meet so far? Two people. Fantastic. But what is your name and what do you do?
My name is Deborah Praise. I'm a legal intern.
You're a legal intern. So who did you meet?
I met Timile and I don't remember her name.
You don't remember her name. It's okay. We'll forgive you. We listen. We don't what? So we forgive you. All right. So what do they do? You didn't ask them.
Timile just graduated from law school, and then the other person is a managing partner.
She's a managing partner. Fantastic. Sir, you look very dapper today. How are you doing? They need to hear this, your fine voice that I'm hearing without the microphone because the voice is very sweet. So, sir, what's your name and what do you do?
I'm David Adewumi.
People hear that baritone. You are feeling it, Abi? Yeah, what?
I'm David Adewumi. Okay. I'm a senior associate with Edtech construction company, and that's what I do.
People in construction, that's how they talk. So in case you want to know how people in construction and oil and gas talk, come and take lessons from him. Do we have a deal? Do we have a deal? Okay. Sir, good morning, sir. That message is very important. How much has dropped? 1 billion, Abi? Is human development should be dropping money. We need money. So, sir, what's your name and what do you do?
My name is Henry Chukwulashade Ali and Associates, legal practitioners and arbitrators.
Please put your hands together for him, please. You people should clap now. Thank you very much. Have you met anyone today? Okay, who have you met?
I've met Victoria Alabi. She's a law graduate awaiting law school.
Who else did you meet?
Just her and my boss.
Leave your boss out of this place. You see your boss every other day. But it's good. It's good that you met your boss before. All right. Once again, you're welcome. And to our online viewers, can we celebrate them? They're live on YouTube. Can we celebrate them? Can we tell them welcome? I thought lawyers were more fun than this. Should I go back to where I'm coming from? Can we say welcome to our online viewers? Can we just, can you wave to them? So online viewers, welcome and thank you for joining us on this year's edition. This is the 7th edition of the Business of Law Conference. Can we please celebrate the team? Doing this consecutively for 7 years, it is a big deal. If you've done something well enough for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it means that you're onto something. And for those of us that are of the Christian faith, we know that 7 represents the number of what? Perfection. And today happens to be a very special day to the convener of today's event. But I'm not going to jump ahead of myself. I'm going to allow her to do justice to what I just highlighted a few seconds ago. All right. But are we good to be here today? Are we good to be here today? Ladies and gentlemen, if there's a seat in front of you, could you be kind to move to occupy that seat? We don't want any empty spaces. Ma'am, you're smiling at me sweetly. Please, just help me to move. Move sweetly too. As your smile is sweet, move with it. Thank you. So please, if there's an empty seat in front of you, please occupy that seat, except it's been reserved for a guest. But please, if there's an empty seat in front of you, please move forward. All right. So like I said earlier, my name is Jadesola Adewodun. Professionally, I'm known as Lady Jade, and I'm a communications executive. I am a TV host. I'm a compere and a voiceover talent. And it's a pleasure and delight to be here standing as the MC for today. Interestingly, 4 years ago, is it 4 years or 3 years ago, I was on the red carpet for this conference. And it's beautiful to see that this has evolved over the years. So once again, can we please celebrate the convener of this event? It takes a lot of grit, it takes a lot of gusto, it takes a lot of perseverance to keep educating people without a fee. It takes a lot of passion, a lot of heart to ensure that people are put on the right track, especially in the legal profession. And as we know that technology and the law, they are beginning to intersect more than ever. But it is important that we realize that the legal profession is evolving at a lightning speed. Even though we understand that today's lawyers are not just only interpreters of the law, but they must rise to the occasion to becoming agile thinkers, ethical leaders, and more importantly, pioneers of innovation. And I'm glad that in the course of today's event, we'll come to understand that as the lawyer of the future, because as long as you're seated here today, you are the lawyer of the future. And you must be able to think outside of the courtroom, harness technology to the best of its ability. All right? I will not be doing this alone. I'm here with a very brilliant legal mind. Ladies and gentlemen, Titi. Please celebrate my co-host. She's looking very lovely, by the way. Keep on clapping, keep on clapping.
Oh, I can't hear you, I can't hear you.
Make it louder, that's what she means.
Thank you so much, thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the 7th edition of the Business of Law Conference 2025, live and direct in Lagos, Nigeria. So you're welcome to this program, and I enjoy you to please pay attention to everything that will be said here today. So I would love all of us to take notes when it's time to do that, and ask questions as you need to when the time comes. And I'm happy to be beside the one and only Lady Jade.
Please put your hands together for Titi once again. All right, so Titi, can you do us the honors of bringing up our chairperson for this year? Yeah. Ma, don't rush. Ma, sit down. Okay, all right. Because we don't used to rush our guests like that. Don't be rushing. Ma, just say, hey, sit down there. Okay. Don't. Okay, all right. We. Okay, to follow some due protocol, because we are beyond delighted to ensure that we start as quickly as possible. Can I have the saxophonist, Clinton, the real Clinton? Can we please put our hands together for him as he leads us in the national anthem? Please keep on clapping till he gets here, actually. Don't stop clapping. Keep on clapping. Make it louder. Thank you. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop. Please come on stage, Clinton. Can we please rise for the national anthem? And the real Clinton will serenade us. Over to you. Thank you. Please the pledge. I pledge to Nigeria, my country. We still have a pledge. Oh. We do. We really do have a pledge. Lawyers, with legal profession, we still have a pledge. So let's take the pledge. Let's go. I pledge to Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest, to serve Nigeria with all my strength, to defend her unity and uphold her glory. So help me God. Amen. You can please be seated. Once again, please put your hands together for the real Clinton. So over to you, Titi.
Thank you so much, Lady Jade. Ladies and gentlemen, behind every seamless gathering like this one, every panel, every curated detail, every timely email, and well-placed seat is a mind to introduce to you the driving force behind the Business of Law Conference 2025. Please welcome with a round of applause the chairperson of the Planning Committee for the Business of Law Conference. I call her Lady Adejoke Ogunlewe. She in the room? Let's give her a moment to join us here today.
So, whilst we are waiting for...
She's there?
Okay. Please come and put our hands together for our chairperson. Please keep on clapping till she gets on stage. Please don't stop. Make it louder. Make it stronger. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It's good to have everybody here. Please, let's put a round of applause to the MCs. They've been doing a fine job. Let's charge the energy up, please. Thank you very much. I recently watched the video of Sam Altman, the founder of OpenAI, and he was talking about some skills that 20-year-olds should have, like resilience, adaptability, creativity, figuring out what other people video very interesting. So according to the Future of Jobs report that came out in January 2025, the top 3 skills listed were AI related, AI and big data, networks and cybersecurity, and technological literacy. But it's worthy of note that 7 out of the 10 are of humanistic performance. Among the remaining skills listed in the top 10 were creative thinking, resilience, flexibility and agility, curiosity, lifelong learning, leadership, and social influence. There's also talent management, analytical thinking, and environmental stewardship. Good morning, my learned colleagues, fellow legal practitioners, all invited guests, panelists, delegates. My name is Adejoke Ogunlewe. I'm the chairperson for the Business of Law Conference 7.0, and I am delighted to welcome you to the 7th edition of the Business of Law Conference. Please give me a round of applause. Thank you very much. Thank you for engaging. Now, today couldn't have come at a more critical time as we stand at the intersection of law and technology. We are in need of a mindset shift to be able to embrace the change and take advantage of the emerging opportunities. The future of our profession and that of many others may be tech-driven, but your heart to play in ensuring that your legal practice is future-proof. Now, the lawyers who will lead tomorrow are not just going to be people who know all the in and out of law. They are creative problem solvers, strategic thinkers, tech-savvy innovators who understand that while artificial intelligence may have the power to draft contract and predict the outcomes of different cases, having the human touch of empathy, negotiation, ethical judgment will always remain irreplaceable. So for those who are afraid that AI is going to replace them or phase them out, I have good news for you. The key to succeeding at the business of law in this rapidly evolving legal landscape is merging your legal acumen with a lot of technical know-how to ensure that we don't just adapt to the change, but we are the ones driving it. We are at the forefront, we are at the front of the wheel. Inevitably, technology will have a massive impact on the legal sector, in law firms, predictive data, and more automated processes. These are no longer futuristic concepts. They are unfolding. They're changing the way we do our practice. They're changing the way we interact with our work right before our eyes. Now, my question for you today is, how do you future-proof your practice to ensure that you are not a passive observer, but an active driver of this change? Today, I urge each of you to keep an open mind, because I believe strongly that the discussions, insights, and tools that will be shared today are designed to give you fresh perspective and equip you with the knowledge required to stay at the forefront of this transition. Whether you are a seasoned lawyer with several legal intern, or you are still in law school, or you are an undergraduate, or a rising talent, the key to thriving in this new landscape is to adapt, because only the flexible people control the system and also lead the evolution. As we proceed, I encourage you to keep a very open mind and think beyond the conventional way of doing law. The future belongs to those who embrace change and harness innovation. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to TBOLC's 7.0. Let's take this journey together and reshape the future of law together. Together and reshape the future of law together. Distinguished convener, keynote speaker, panelists, learned colleagues, I believe my job here is done. Thank you.
I think we can do better than that, ladies and gentlemen. That was a power-filled speech. True, AI is here to stay, but it's not taking the jobs of those who know how to utilize it to better their practice, to better themselves, and to give excellent service to their clients. Don't you agree with me in that respect? And now, to the mind that first imagined this platform, not just as an annual event, but as a movement, to that person who dreamt and executed and did not just stop at dreaming. A thought leader, a visionary, I call her, a trailblazer who understands that law is not static, it is ever evolving. And who has created a space for lawyers to evolve with, the business of law community. With great respect and admiration, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the convener of the Business of Law Conference and the founder of this remarkable initiative. We're going to do this. We'll all stand up and start putting our hands together for her until she makes her way here. Please, let's all stand, ladies and gentlemen, and put our hands together. We can do better. We can do better. Let's keep on doing that. Those of us online, hope you are with us. Lady Olubusola Ajala. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Thank you, Titi. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. How are we doing today? Please, you can have your seats. Please, you can have your seats. How are we doing today? The D-Day is here already, right? And we're excited. I am so very excited because this is the 7th edition. And, to do something for 7 years is not easy. As a matter of fact, let me confess here. I wasn't planning to do a conference this year. Because I told myself that it's stressful, the stress of planning a conference, and it's a whole lot. But then I realized that it's 7 years, and 7 is a significant number, especially for someone from my faith. 7 is a very significant number, and I felt that I wouldn't want to waste the year. I don't want to waste the opportunity. I don't want to waste the moments. And I said, well, whichever way it would go, we would definitely have a conference. And I'm so glad that we're doing it in the 3rd quarter for the very first time. Some of you who attend our conferences will know that it's usually at the beginning of the year because it sets the tone for the year. But anyway, we are here and we are happy to do this. So give yourself a round of applause. And thank you for, coming out today on a public holiday to show up for yourself, get some value, network, and learn new things. So thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. Very quickly, I would like to recognize and acknowledge, appreciate our keynote speaker, Mrs. Folashade Ali, SAN. Thank you very much, ma'am, for the honor. We are grateful to have you here with us today. So very quickly, I'll go into my speech. In September 2018, on a beautiful morning on a Saturday, I got the instruction to organize a free conference for lawyers. I was excited and terrified. Every doubt whispered in my ear. Can you do this? What if no one comes? What if you fail? But despite the fear, I took the first leap, trembling but determined. I chose to do it afraid. That singular decision is what has brought us here today. We wouldn't be holding the 7th edition of the Business of Law Conference without the maiden edition. That singular decision is also why we now see several other lawyers hosting their own conferences and starting an academy. As a matter of fact, in 2019, when I got that instruction, I kept looking around and saying, do people organize conferences apart from MBA? There wasn't any model. There was nobody to, say I want to model after, because all I just saw was, MBA conferences. No lawyer was holding conferences. But today you have the likes of Privacy Conference, African Construction Law Conference, and I'm happy that, I'm the pioneer, set the pace. As a matter of fact, some of them, we consulted for them, we helped them. Some of them have also been members of the SLB community. So I am glad that, the playbook that we designed is now being replicated and people are working along with it. If you want to clap, it's a good time to clap. Okay, looking back, that courage, that decision to push past my fears was the most important thing. It wasn't just about starting a conference. It was about proving to myself and hopefully to others that great things happen when we dare to begin. Over the years, I have seen media. You're supposed to be projecting my slides. Over the years, I have seen that same courage ignite in so many of you, inspiring you to start your own events, your new ventures, chase your own dreams, and that, more than anything, fills my heart with immense pride. At this junction, I'd like to honor, appreciate, and express my deepest gratitude to my Heavenly Father, my early supporters, mentors, family, and friends who believed and ran with the vision even when it was just a flicker. Thank you very much. Thank you, because your belief was the fuel that kept me going when the vision looked impossible. Over the past 7 years, we have worked tirelessly. We've brought together brilliant minds, sparked countless conversations, and most importantly, we've touched lives and impacted law firms and practices. We've seen young lawyers develop, experienced lawyers gain new insights, and connections forged that has led to incredible collaborations. Every story of impact, every success shared is to a testament to the collective efforts of everyone who believed in this vision. This year, as we gather to celebrate our 7th edition, our theme is the future lawyer, creative problem solver, strong work ethics, innovative and tech enthusiast. This theme is not just a set of words. It is a blueprint for success in our rapidly changing world. The business of law landscape is evolving, and the lawyers of tomorrow must be more than just lawyers. They must be more than just experts in law. We must be agile, able to think outside the box to solve complex problems. We must possess unwavering work ethic, dedicated to excellence in everything we do. Innovation is no longer an option, but a necessity. And embracing technology is crucial to staying relevant and effective. This conference is designed to equip you with the tools, knowledge, and inspiration to embody these qualities. This 7th edition is truly special. The 7th edition in the 7th month and on my birthday.
Can we celebrate her one more time? Happy birthday.
Thank you. Okay, just before I continue, I'd like to very specially recognize our freshly minted. And as I introduce and welcome her, may I crave your indulgence to please move forward, Madam. Our Madam Chairman, MBA Lagos elect. And I am proud to say that she's a proud member of the Strictly Law Business community. And that victory was for us as a community. Welcome. Okay. And thank you for the birthday wishes. It was really good. Thank you. I felt so special. Thank you, ma'am. Yes, also, I'd like to specially recognize Mrs. Olubusola Badejo Okosonya. Welcome, ma'am. A very powerful woman. Okay, so let me go back to my speech. I am over the moon with excitement, as this is a dream come true for me. As a matter of fact, I've always desired that I do something significant on my birthday, because I love birthdays a lot. I mean, those who know me, they know that I love birthdays, and I've always been thinking, okay, I want my birthday to be grand. I'm celebrating or launching something, and I get the opportunity to do that today. So I'm so delighted and over the moon with excitement. Okay. It feels like a beautiful full circle, celebrating both the growth of this conference and another year of life, another year of life's journey. Thank you for being here to share in this moment with me. I'm grateful. To all delegates, whether you are joining us for the first time or you are a returning delegate of our conference family, a heartfelt welcome. Please, at this junction, I want to know if you are attending this conference for the first time. Please, can I see a show of hands? All right. Interesting. Welcome. And thank you for joining. If this is your second time attending this conference, can I see a show of hands? Thank you. If this is your third time attending, oh, nice. If this is your fourth time attending, all right. If this is your fifth time, sixth time, oh, nice. I can see someone there. If this is your seventh time, seventh year, yes, she was there at the beginning. And I'd like to at this junction to say thank you, Joke. Joke has been there holding my hands, been a very good friend. And the first 2 editions of the conference, after we finish, I'm tired. She just drives me home to our place, and she's feeding me for the next 3 days. I'm not even out of the room service. So thank you, Joke. Thank you for being a good friend. So we have an incredible lineup of panelists, engaging session, vibe and dance moments. Yes, we are going to dance. It's not just going to be only about learning. We are going to dance, we are going to vibe, because again, life, you only live once. So, we go to the courtroom, the boardroom, everywhere is tensed. We shouldn't come to conferences and it's tensed again. Let us, let down our guards, take some, fresh air, dance, shake our body, and, just have fun, right? So we're going to have vibe and dance moments and valuable networking opportunities planned for you. So please, I encourage you to sit back, relax, enjoy, and have fun at this conference. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you for taking time to come. Thank you for listening, and I hope that we really do enjoy the conference.
A round of applause. All right, so can we have the saxophonist? Can we have members of the team that have the branded t-shirt? So the team with the branded t-shirt to come out. If you know you have the profitable lawyer on, please can you come forward? If you're wearing the profitable lawyer shirt, can you please come forward? Whilst we are having that, can we please put our hands together for them whilst they make their way forward? Thank you. Please keep on clapping, please. It's important that we want to, once again, congratulations to the new wigs. We are glad to have you at this conference. But more importantly, we would like to reinforce that it's possible as a lawyer to be profitable, to be business savvy, to be able to do as much as you would like to do as someone in the legal profession. Okay, so the real Clinton, are we good to go? Are we good to go? So we have a very nice presentation for you, and it's important that. So can the team please get on stage, please? Thank you.
Okay, so just before we start, I just like to.
Come on.
Okay, we just want to have a little presentation because I said it's dance, and I wanted this period, this conference to be, memorable. We learn, we have fun, but we also dance. But I would like us to pay attention. But I'd like us to pay attention to what we are saying so that we understand the essence of this moment. Adeshola, you need to be here, so get your t-shirt and be here. Daniel.
Good morning, learned colleagues in the building. Good morning. The energy is very low. Okay, let's feel the pulse of the room for a moment. We've welcomed our new week. So if you are a newly minted week, raise up your hands. Newly minted, stand up for recognition. Let's put our hands together. Stand up, easy. 6 years, 5 years, ASU strike, COVID-19, everything. And you stay true. Storm fell along the wayside. Some say, what am I doing again? Is it my first to be a lawyer? But you stay true. And that you went to law school and pull through. Please put your hands together for them. Congratulations and welcome to the bar. And you're in the best place to be. So if you are between 1 year to 5 years, let me see your hands. Sit down. Please put your hands together for yourselves. Well done. Well done. And if you are from 5 years to 10 years, let me see your hands. Well done. Please put your hands together for yourself. Thank you all so much for coming. I would like to say a big welcome and thank you to our distinguished seniors. Thank you so much for being here and for honoring our invitation. I'm a vibrant member of the SLB community, and permit me to have a selfish moment. I know we've welcomed her, we've celebrated her, but she's my partner at Sunesis DLP. And I would like to especially just say, please help me to celebrate my partner, Uchenna Ogunedo Akingbade. You know, we can't celebrate her enough because she's a trailblazer. First female chairman of MBA Lagos. My partner in whom I'm well pleased. Thank you so much. And only BA can call me up within 5 seconds and say, Tony, come and do this. Only BA can make me do this. And that's because I'm a member of the strictly law-based community. And what we do here is to demystify all of these stories that lawyers are broke and lawyers don't have money. We are here to make impact, and while doing it, make a lot of money in the process and learn how to do it ethically and professionally. And so we are here to do something very different. It's, you know, we go for all this conference and we're also serious. We sit down, we cross our legs, you know. But this moment, we have to shake our bodies. And whether or not, you know, you believe in a religion, I mean, you believe in anything, at least you should believe in yourself. And so we want to make an affirmation by way of music. So please stand up. Please stand up. Please oblige us. Let's stand up. We're going to sing a song. And I'm sure even if you are under a rock, you know this song. We're going to turn it into, you know, we're going to personalize it. And it goes thus: I have decided to be a profitable lawyer. To be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. No turning back. Oh yeah now. Oh yeah. 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 I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. No turning back. No, no. No, no. It's already too late. So, I want to be a profitable lawyer. Money business lawyer. Savvy business lawyer. Profitable lawyer. Money making lawyer. Savvy business lawyer. Savvy business lawyer. Money making lawyer. Unstable lawyer. Lawyer. Yes, yes, yeah. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. No turning back. To be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. No turning back.
It's already too late, so I can never turn back now. Where am I going to? No turning back. Oh, I've already come too far. Profitable lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer. Oh, money making lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. Business lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. No turning back. Oh no. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. No turning back.
The mic. So, we have a declaration. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. That was some good energy, right?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, we have in our community what we call the Profitable Lawyers Declaration. And we believe that, words are powerful. What you say to yourself, you become, right? And what you behold, as you behold, you become.
Yes.
If you believe that you will be successful in your law practice, then you'll be successful. But if you believe otherwise, whatever you believe will be your reality. And so we have this Profitable Lawyers Declaration that we take, and we encourage that we take it every morning before we start our day in the office. Even if you're working virtually, it's important to take it. Make declarations, just as the way you make affirmations, declarations about what you want to see. So make declarations about what you want to see for your law practice. So at this point, I'm going to invite our conference secretary to please lead us as we take the Profitable Lawyers Declaration in 2 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Motolani Oyedeji, and I'm also a profitable lawyer. Without wasting much of our time, you have to personalize it. I hope that we'll be able to understand the reason why we are doing this. It's good to affirm, just like BA said. And for me, I like to, when I'm starting an affirmation, I like to start with I decree and declare. So please, if you rise on your feet, we might have to read after me. I don't think that the media people have the projection. Do we have the projection of the affirmation? Okay, not yet. Okay, so thank you. Okay, so we'll start with, I decree and declare, I'm a profitable lawyer. I belong to the tribe of winning lawyers. I exhibit excellence and professionalism at all times. And because of this, high-paying clients are attracted to and work with me. I am proactive and result-oriented, helping my clients to achieve big wins, which translates into great profits, good reputation, and mass referrals for myself and my law practice. I am diligent, discerning, and audacious. I possess sound analytical and negotiation skills. I possess the right strategies, skills, knowledge, and expertise to excellently deliver on every brief. I have gained mastery of converting prospects to high-paying clients, and my referral pool is constantly expanding. I work in understanding, dominion, wisdom, knowledge, and power. And this makes me a confident and audacious, profitable lawyer. I operate in daily gratitude. And because of this abundance, wealth, riches, and good health come to me with ease. I have more than enough to give to others. And I contribute my quota to helping more lawyers grow profitable law practices. My name is Motolani Oyedeji, the profitable lawyer, and I declare that today is another day of profit for me and my law practice. And so shall it be. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for her. How is it going so far? How is it going? Are you enjoying yourselves? All right, so it's about to get even better. I have the honor and privilege of bringing up our keynote speaker for today's conference. Okay. She is someone I would call someone of pedigree, a legacy lawyer. If you know, you know. But let me not waste too much time. We have the privilege of having with us as our keynote speaker for today, Mrs. Folashade Ali, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, CIR. When I read the profile, maybe you will do better. Mrs. Folashade Ali, SAN, is one of Nigeria's foremost legal minds with a distinguished career spanning nearby 4 decades. A senior advocate of Nigeria and chartered arbitrator, she is the principal partner at Folashade Ali and Associates, a Lagos-based law firm renowned for excellence in arbitration, corporate governance, and oil and gas advisory. Internationally recognized for her leadership in dispute resolution and legal ethics, she represents Nigeria on the ICC Commission in Paris and serves on the Global Professional Conduct Committee of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators UK. She has contributed to shaping national policy, notably drafting the Nigerian Bar Association's sexual harassment policy, and has represented the federal government of Nigeria on several agreements and transactions. She's a seasoned board director and advocate for women's advancement. She has mentored countless professionals and spoken at leading conferences across Africa, Europe, and the Middle East. Her many accolades include the Legal Amazon Award and recognition among the top 50 women in the Nigerian legal profession. Ladies and gentlemen, if your hands are not so busy, please, with a standing ovation, welcome our keynote speaker, Mrs. Folashade Ali, SAN. Please give her a resounding round of applause. Welcome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you for such great salutations. I better not disappoint you. Please have your seats. Good morning, distinguished colleagues and fellow professionals of the business community. I think I'll first of all like to start by thanking Strictly Law Business for inviting me to speak to everyone this morning, those here physically and those online. When I was told earlier on that I was going to speak, I said, well, let me be honest with you, I wasn't sure I was going to make it because I was actually out of the country. And I felt so bad. I didn't know how to tell Busola. I said, wow, how am I going to disappoint her? But you know, God made it possible. I came back a few days ago. Then I had to rush again to see my father who wasn't feeling well in Ado Ekiti. And I just kept saying, how am I going to, I hope I don't disappoint this lady. So first of all, I'm glad to be here. And I really think the topic for today is so timely. You know, we're in a world now, a global village, where technology has basically transformed how we run our business, our traditional practices. So really, the future lawyer is worth discussing. Who are we? You know, when I saw that topic, future lawyer, I said, is Busola sending me a message? She telling me that I'm too old at the bar, I should pack my things and leave. That's, you know, maybe a sign that you guys resign so that we can take over. So I started thinking, maybe I should tell my colleagues and pack my things and jack back to Canada. But later I said, no, that's not really what it is. You know, she's not trying to replace us. She's trying to ask us to reimagine who and what we must become if you want to stay relevant in the legal profession. You know, I would like to start by telling you a story. I can remember years ago, I had this arbitration hearing. And I had to do research. I started printing numerous pages. If you came to my office, you know, the case law was there, sticky notes, statutes. I think I took days to draft, to do the research. It was slow, it was painful. And I called it that I was working. But you know, recently, a new law graduate, I don't know if he's here, today, Dunsi Ogun Shemoy came to my office, started working. I gave him something similar, the same type of assignment. And guess what? In 2 hours, he drafted the submission, obviously using AI tools, document automation, and he shared it on the WhatsApp platform. Everybody said, what a fantastic job. All he did this even before I could even have my cup of coffee. That is when it hit me, that the future lawyer is already here. We're already in that digital space. You're fast, you're tech savvy, you're globally aware. So the question really isn't about the future lawyer. The future lawyer is to enable you. You get frustrated. Just imagine a lawyer in Aba, or in Ekiti, or in Igbosheri. So brilliant, has everything, but there's no electricity. So he can't even charge his laptop. He can't do the assignment. Eventually, that lawyer will get frustrated and leave, and probably jackpot, which is what is happening. So the future lawyer needs the future law firm, one that will support its growth, embrace innovation, and reflect today's realities, and not yesterday's tradition. So the future law firm also has a role to play. So the question we should be asking ourselves is that, what law firms are we building? Are we building law firms that will enable the young lawyers, or are the young lawyers, is the law firm frustrating those young lawyers? Secondly, are those juniors growing, or are they grinding? Are they just there because they have to be there? And then we seniors, are we still learning or just lawyering, just doing it out of the sake that we have to do it? If the law firm and the future lawyers don't work together, we'll definitely all become irrelevant. So the question we should be asking ourselves today is not anymore, will the practice of law change? It has changed. It has moved on. We're now in a global village. Technology has taken over. The question is, will you, the lawyer, and us, some of us that have law firms, and I believe a majority of you do, you're also practitioners and you're working for someone, will you change with the trend? So ladies and gentlemen, that is really the question for this morning. So what do we do? The conversation is about the future lawyer. Are you a creative problem solver? The future lawyer, obviously, we're all digitally savvy. We all use ChatGPT. We all use WhatsApp. We all use Google. We all use the AI drives. So we all know, we're globally aware. We're already ready to lead. But that's just part of that full picture. The next question is that, how, if everybody is business savvy, how do you distinguish yourself amongst other lawyers? Everybody is brilliant. With AI now, you can write any letter. But can you read? That can't be it. So what do? You have to have the ability to actually think out of the box. You have to be that creative problem solver. Because, in the world that we are in today, clients are not just looking for people that know the law because they can actually Google it. What they're looking for is someone that is wise, practical, and you're not doing things in the conventional way. So I recall, there was a board meeting I went to a few years ago, and it was really bad. Two factions were fighting. One side on one side, some board members on one side, the others on another side, and it was a struggle. They were not fighting over the policies that they're using to run that company. But actually, it was a power tussle. Who will take over? Who will lead? And it was so toxic that I got to a stage where the one faction came to meet me, and they became my clients, and they wanted me to take the company to court because they thought what that director or the chairman was doing wasn't right. But instead of escalating the tension, because obviously I could have because I wanted to make money, I looked at the situation and I said, this is not going to work. And I advised him. I said, have you actually thought that maybe instead, let's do a board restructuring? In this restructuring, let's rotate committee chairs, because that was what they were fighting about. So rotate it. Let there be a clear succession plan. And then we drafted a bespoke charter, a board charter that actually now provided for how the company will be run going forward. So there's no election. So it was all clear. And guess what? Tension cleared. Everyone was happy. Confidence was restored in the company. the company moved on. And guess what? And then they now retained me as their lawyer. You see, that's creative. And that's what we're talking about. So it's not every time you just rush because a client comes to you. Think out of the box. I still made money, but not the way that I would have. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to think, we have to be creative, in the work. ChatGPT can't do that. Do you get me? So creativity in legal practice is about reinventing and trying to just think of how can you make things work that the client will be happy. So, and at the end of the day, it brings peace, clarity, and efficiency. So, and you've done something, you've tailored, and you've met your client's needs in the process. So we must know the law to be able to think out of the box, unfortunately. And that is what the future lawyer should be. You should be a problem solver and create, try and make your clients have confidence in you. The second is that your future lawyer must have strong work ethics. Ethics, no matter what you say. AI tools can't do that. ChatGPT can't become, ethics is just rudiment. It is fundamental. If you're a lawyer, you must be a person that is a woman of integrity or a man of integrity. Your clients must trust you. We must do things ethically. Nothing can change ethics, and it's timeless. And I believe that a future lawyer must have strong work ethics. If not, very soon you get into trouble. And it is extremely fundamental that we do. I keep thinking, so a client comes to me and confides in me and instructs me. And all of us went to law school, and we know what the RPC says, the Rules of Professional Conduct. There's client-lawyer relationship. Anything that's said to you is confidential. But guess what? You all go to chat, you just put the client's instruction, go online, paste it, and post it. And you expect, and you don't know what's going to happen in 5 years' time. Maybe this is going to be, all over. We don't even know who is behind that AI tool you're using. You've breached a fundamental code between you and your client. So we must be very careful, because it's a sensitive information that you're just putting for anyone on earth to look at. So we must be very careful. And those are part of the ethical standards that we all need to be careful to keep. Because now, with AI tools helping you, do you say company A when you want to post, or you just take that letter and post it, or that agreement? Do you actually blank your clients' names out? Please, let's be careful. Because, what's going to happen in future is you don't know who you've revealed your client's information to. And, and I always just say that when you talk about ethics at the end of the day is about all of us being lazy. Because we've turned ChatGPT to become our Bible. We don't read anymore. My father, Afe Babalola, one thing he taught me is that hard work never kills. He says work hard. When you work hard, when the work comes, you already know the answer. There was once I went to ChatGPT to answer my question. I started quoting the ACA. So I had to say that, Oga, ChatGPT, we're AMA. Arbitration and Conciliation Act is obsolete. So, I'm sorry. You're very true. I talked to ChatGPT. I said, I'm talking to my friend. The other day, I said, I'm going to sleep. See you tomorrow. He said, okay, see you there. So it's become my friend. And that is the world we're in. It's so unreal. But they make real mistakes. Real mistakes. So if you don't know your law, you're going to cite something obsolete to a client. And then you know what? You've lost that client. So you can imagine working for an oil and gas company. You are the company secretary. They already know everything about more than us, because that's what they eat. And then you now start quoting, old law. So please be careful. That's why you guys must not be lazy. You must read. You must study, because it never kills. When you know your onions, nobody can bloody fool you. ChatGPT, all these tools are there to enhance, to make things easier for you. And you must use it, but you must have boundaries. So we must continue to be that lifelong learner, continue to learn. You must be curious about, the changes that are coming up. And let's not turn our phone into our Bible. I have my library now. I have such a beautiful library. I don't think any lawyer goes there. I see all of them. You give them work, and they bring it to you. Rubbish. They haven't written much. They haven't done their research. Please, I'm pleading with everyone here, because you're mostly young lawyers. You have to read. You have to read your statutes. You have to read the case law. You have to be innovative. And that goes me to the next point. A future lawyer embraces innovation. But what is innovation? You know, when we think innovation, we're thinking about Silicon Valley, others. No, what's my own? I don't know anything about coding. I don't want to know what coding means. I didn't say I want to try to study computer science. But you know, it's about really thinking about how to think out of the box, how to just be different. You know, every time I think about innovation, for me, why would a client want me and not want Mrs. Badejo Okusoya? What's the difference between us? Or why would they want my new chair, my minted new chair, Uchena? You know, what's the difference between us when we all go and lobby for that? There must be something that distinguishes you. So I always, and it's not about just being flashy or just dressing up. Yes, you must be properly dressed, but it's your knowledge, and it's about knowing the law and using your law appropriately. So I always like to give examples, because the only way you guys can understand what I'm saying. So I had this corporate transaction years ago, and I was so happy I was going to make a lot of money. We had gone far. They had actually finished all their discussions. Then the investor wanted control. The founder said, I only wanted to sell you, I need money, I want investment, but I'm not going to give you control of the board. But because he was injecting so much funds, he wanted to take board control. And it just became, the tension was tense. We lawyers were trying to tell them, I was telling my client, Oga, let's concede. He said, no way. I am putting in so much money, this company would have gone down if I didn't inject these funds. And it got to a stage where we just thought, well, that's the end of the transaction. And then we started discussing, and one of my lawyers said, but why don't we think about advising our clients to have a weighted vote on specific decisions and leave the day-to-day running to the founder? Do you know what that means? That means that on issues that he was interested in, his votes will carry, which is like how you fund, how you spend the money, who is in charge of. So all those things we decided, and we actually drafted it. And you know, and eventually, what's your own in how they run the business? You just want to make money and you want to make it well. So what happened was there was a compromise, and we're able to conclude and seal the deal. That for me is not rocket science, but it is being innovative. And that is an innovation that I believe each and every one of us should start thinking about. Think about how you can resolve your dispute. So when you have a dispute resolution clause that's so adversarial, so complicated, think about it. I reached out to my colleague and said, this thing, when we drafted it 20 years ago, we didn't know there would be a problem. This clause can't work, where first thing you said is that where there is dispute, it must be resolved internally. If it's not resolved, you go to mediation. After mediation, you do arbitration. After arbitration, you can go to court. You'll be fighting forever. You know what we did? We resolved it. I said, let's try and draft a new one. And we went out into a submission agreement outside of the contract, and we're able to move forward. So that is thinking and being innovative. And that is what I expect each and every one of you to do. So you just don't quote the law. You apply it to real life situation. That is what a future lawyer does. When you apply a problem, you apply your knowledge to a situation, you're being innovative. And I hope that we also learn to listen. You know what we tend to do most of the time? We don't listen to our clients. We're just rushing to, you already think you know the idea. They've sent you a brief. Before the person talks, you're ready. But you don't really know what it is that the client wants. So let's try to learn to listen first before we advise. And, you know, a future lawyer must be prompt. You can't be lazy. Instruction comes in on a Sunday, and they want to make a decision as to who they're going to employ. Some of us will say that when we get to work on Monday. In this age of globalization, where you can, you know, real time, we must be prompt. We must be professional in anything we do, prepared to work, and honestly, once you do that, you will see that your business will continue to do well. And I'm so proud of what Strictly Law Business is doing. I mean, I like the declaration you made. You know, when you wake up every morning and you declare that you're going to be profitable. We're not running law firm because we want to be a charitable organization. That narrative must change. Lawyers can be rich. Go and see Mrs. Badejo Okusonya. You talk about the rich lawyers. They travel every day. They're making money, ALP. So we want to be like her. And that is what I think we should do. But we must learn not to cut corners. We must learn not to, and that is this ethics we're talking about. It is so sad at times. We want to do things fast. But you must learn to tell your clients that there's a boundary and there are things you won't do. Other lawyers do it, not me. But one thing, they will come back to you. It's not every brief you need to take. Be ethical in everything you do. And you must strive for professional excellence. Excellence is not an accident. Aristotle says it. I quote it everywhere I go. It's my Bible. It says it's a choice you make. It's that choice of sincere effort, excellent execution, high intention that you will do it. It's not an accident that you do well. It's a choice you make. I knew Uchenna. I've seen her. She worked with me when I was the chairman for Law Week, and I knew that this lady was going to go far. Do you know why? I can tell you for free, and I'm not saying it because she's here. There was a particular committee. The chairman just left. She had her own job. She called me and said, Ms. Ali, I'll do it. Tirelessly, she worked and she made sure that the conference didn't fail. That for me is people that will go far. Call any day. I will support Uchenna because I know that she's hardworking. And there were times I'll wake her up. She knows how I work. 4 a.m. I've called her. She's the only one that picks my call. And before 8, we finish the job and we all go to work. And they're saying she won't do well. It is because she has decided that she wants to make it in well. So if you want to be excellent, please don't think it's by sleeping and wake up at 9, you get to work at 10, and you think you'll make it. So please, ladies and gentlemen, until you start doing what is necessary, you won't make it. You must strive to be excellent. You must strive to do well. Also, a future lawyer must be a tech enthusiast, which I know you guys are more than us. You all like technology, and I'm really happy technology is there. But technology, outsource your thinking to technology. You can't worship technology. Technology is there to ease the way we do business, but we must be careful. It cannot, and it can never replace me. When people are scared that AI is there, it can't replace me. You know why? Because everywhere I go to, there's a difference. You know that it might be one word I will say, but that one word is based on advice and experience. So you must continue to strive to want to do well and to know your onions. And AI is there. It's really helped me. I'm an arbitrator. I do a lot of arbitration. Before, I have to rush to Kaduna, I have to rush to Netherlands to do. Now you can do it online. Virtual hearing. You can do transactions of a virtual data room. That, for me, is what technology is for. It will empower you or make things easier for us. It makes things faster, more efficient, and more relevant. But at the end of the day, it would never, ever take the place of us, so long as we continue to learn to be smarter than AI. But we'll make things faster. So my research that I could do before for 2 days, I can do it now in 1 hour. But I'll still check on what it's saying. So you don't have to learn to become everything. What you need to learn to be is to be smart in anything that you're being given to do, and try not to be sloppy. Because obviously, being tech savvy means that we're smarter, and we can use technology to make our work faster. But that only assists us, and it doesn't become our judgment. You know, it cannot be the one to decide for you. You take the law and then you try as much as possible to link it to this problem that is before you make a decision. So these are tools, obviously, that we need, and we need technology. We've moved on. The days of us sitting and doing research and taking textbooks and spreading it. If there was once like this during COVID, I nearly went mental. Everybody in my house knew I had this big app. Everywhere was packed full of books. I was thinking, what's this? We will say sorry. I'll say yes. Stick notes everywhere. But now I don't even need to, because things have improved, and honestly, technology is really there to assist us. So, lawyers' asset, your mind. No one can beat it, but your mind must be full of good things. So yes, we want to be a lawyer. I love that song. No, I really love the song. No, I really love the song. I'm going to read it, but but at the end of the day, we must encourage all of you. Law is good, and you can make it being a lawyer. So please don't be discouraged. Let's use it well. And the future lawyer must think like a businessman. And that's why what I loved most about today's song. We must be profitable. I'm not running, not continue. You can't be jack of all trades. You can't know every area of law. You can't be marine lawyer, aviation lawyer, tax lawyer, commercial lawyer. It's not possible. So you must build a brand. And you must build a brand that people will know. So that very soon people will come to you because you have that brand and they know that you're very knowledgeable as a tax lawyer. Understand how to charge. It's a problem that we have. At times we all undercharge. So we must learn how to charge. We must wear the hat of a business person. And you must market yourself, but remember, within the boundaries. Because there are things we can't do as lawyer. But if you are talking about what you know, people will know you're an expert. You're not marketing. So create what works for you. Understand and communicate value. Let people know that you will bring value if you have me. And what's that value? Is knowledge. And that knowledge, no one can take it from you. It's unprofessional for me not to be profit-oriented. I must make money. I want to dress well. I love dressing. And profit is what funds impact. If you don't make money, you can't make it. I don't want any poor lawyer around me. So I like that, slogan that we have to make it. And you know what? You can't mentor others if your own house is collapsing. So, if for me to tell you to make money, I must be rich. I must have money. And the money is only me that can make it. Nobody can make it for you. So what are you doing? So you can't change the world if you have an empty bank account. So if you want to do well, you must start thinking about what can I offer that somebody else is not offering. Look at Miss Olubusola Ajala, what she's doing here. Very commendable. She's doing this for free. I really, really admire you. A young woman doing so much for the legal profession. It's really, really commendable. If we all could just continue to do things like this, maybe we'll be able to encourage those that are leaving the law profession that you can be profitable. And it takes guts to do this. So I really admire not only Busola, but the team that you've put together. 7.0, 7 years is perfection. You're only going to go higher. So I commend you, and I pray that you'll continue to do well. So I understand that I'm being told that my time is nearly up. So the question is that the future is already here. And truly, the future lawyer is the people I'm looking at. Tech savvy, brilliant, globally aware. We must choose who we want to become. If I, at over 60, can know how to use technology well, what are you doing? Use it well, but please remember, AI cannot be drafting your contracts for you. Cannot be drafting your statement of case. Cannot. It's only the human lawyer that can have those sound judgments and trust. So I plead with all of you to please strive for excellence, but remain ethical, resilient, and commit to learning. Continue to learn, because that's unfortunately our work. We learn for life. Lawyers' work never stops. So you don't think you know it all. The same, I talk about CAC 7 in my office. They say, Madam, it's no longer called CAC 7. I'm quite if I say so. So you do understand, the things are changing. Forms are changing at CAC. So you must move with the times. You must continue to learn. And the future lawyer at the end of the day are as follows. 1, the future lawyer is that lawyer who is that creative problem solver who thinks beyond just the precedent. You must think beyond that careless draftsman. You're the ethical lawyer who builds the trust. Because people must trust you. The only reason the client comes back to you is because they trusted what you did before. That future lawyer is the innovative lawyer who creates and challenges the status quo. So you don't say that because they're fighting and they want to go to court, you just take the brief. That future lawyer is the tech literate professional who uses this tool wisely. And you just don't take everything that you are being given by AI. So let's be careful, and you must be that entrepreneur who understands the value and who wants to be profitable and who wants to make it. It's the only way a future lawyer can continue. And we must continue to be that lifelong learning curve. We must continue to learn. So the question for you, ladies and gentlemen, this morning is, will your law firm be a launch pad, or will you be a limitation to this future lawyer? Will you assist them, or will you be the one to discourage that lawyer that they leave the shores of Nigeria to go and live outside because you frustrated them? And you, the future lawyer, will you be ready to lead or just survive the future of the practice of law? We must make that change. You must be the change that people want to see, so that people will be so proud of you and want to be a lawyer. And I leave you with this quote from Peter Drucker, which says that the best way to predict the future is to create it. Only you can create what you want to be. No one can create it for you. You have to determine who you want to be, how you want to be seen, how you want to be perceived. No one can do it for you. And I always say, continue to be excellent. It is not an accident. It is a choice you make. A choice that you want to be that future lawyer that people will want to talk about. Look at what they've done to this thing. They changed that song. Started singing, oh no, I want to be a lawyer. Oh. It's never too late. So please, it's never too late for you to change. And I hope that I've been a blessing to you all. Thank you very much.
You can do better. Leonard Silkma, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Please give her a resounding round of applause. You know, all I want to do at 60 plus is to look like this. That's all I want to do. I can go on and on. I've learned so much. I always keep learning whenever I have the opportunity to be in a room with her, and I can go on and on about everything that, we've learned here today. But I want us to be very intentional, because when we sang that song, it wasn't just for cruise. We said, I have decided to be a lawyer. And I know that some of us will say, I'm only studying law just because my daddy said I should study law. But if you truly know that you want to practice the profession, then practice it and do it all your might. And I congratulate you for being in this room, because if you use all these tools, all these principles, you will do great. So it's time for Q&A. All the work, I'm paying attention to the principles that she's sharing. So Ma, thank you so much. Before we let you go, Ma, you spoke about networking, and anybody that knows me know that that's a very core passion of mine. I have a book on networking. It's outside. Go and get a copy. Shameless plug. I've been in a room with Mrs. Folashade Ele SEN. I was on a committee for Law Week in 2024, and she was the chairman of that committee. And we had something we called the War Room, right? And we were in our office, and we were looking for money. We sat down together, and we're calling people, because we need to raise funds for the Law Week. And I just kept looking at her. For someone like me who is very passionate about networking, I already love my book about networking. I saw a living, breathing, talking networker. She was calling people from different organizations, from Cadbury to, name it, to all the law firms owners, from the middle-sized law firms to the magic circle firms, and she was talking to them as if they were all best friends. And I looked at her, and I was in awe. I don't know if she noticed, but I just said, wow, I need to talk to this woman about how do you do it, ma. I know it comes with experience, but not everybody with that level of experience at the bar can have that, camaraderie with people. Can we talk to us about how you network with people? We talk about it all the time. We know it's true, but how do you do it, ma?
I can't even remember this until you said it now. So basically, I think some people are very friendly. I mean, we must also talk about your innate, your character. But I think that is key. Not everybody is an extrovert. I actually am shy. But I think I'm friendly. So but the key, I think what I will advise everyone is that I try to make sure that anytime I meet someone, I try to make a connection so that I can call you in future. Everybody in that Law Week committee, I think there were about 40 or 50 of them. I kept tab of them. That's why today I'm being invited here. So what I'm trying to say is that never look down on people. Never look down on anyone. You don't know who or where and when you will need that person. So I always make sure that I connect and I share my card when I have to, but it's not only, I don't just look at people that are my colleagues. Anyone that I meet, I have a conversation with them, and age is not an issue for me. I'm just myself. I just believe that you're fortunate, to be where you are. And I think it's about how you carry. You're fortunate, to be where you are. And I think it's about how you carry yourself.
Be excited and you really want to be part of it, just give us 2 more minutes and we'll be up. But if not, then maybe we will take it later on, right? I think it's not working, but we'll take it later on before we leave. But before then, while we are waiting to have our second panel session, I want to do something that I just want to talk to us about the Strictly Law Business community. You heard what what Tony said when she had moderated the fireside chat session. Strictly Law Business community, like I said, our new MBA Lagos chairman-elect is a member of the community. Our community is designed in such a way that whether you're a young lawyer, you are a senior lawyer, you run your own law firm, or you work in a law firm, either as a partner or a senior associate, there is something for you, even if you work in-house. We have a lot of our members who run their firms, who work in-house, and who also are law associates in law firms. Right, one of the things we do in the community is we have peer-to-peer learning session. So we are both teaching each other. A lot of people who came into the community with little or no confidence have been able to build their confidence such that they are now. I tell people that the community is a training ground, right? You come there, you get trained, you get empowered, you are equipped, and then you can then go out, spread your wings and fly. So we have we have another member of the community who is the welfare secretary for MBA Ikeja branch. So our community is producing giants, right? And you need to be in this community to be associated with us. So right now, I want to invite Sheon Oyajoju. She does not know that she was going to do this. She came in all the way from Port Harcourt for this conference. I'm meeting her for the first time, but I want her to share a testimony or a Strictly Law Business story. So Sheon Oyajoju, I know I did not tell you this before, because I know that if I told you, you may probably say no. So I just wanted to share your experience being a member of the community and what you have benefited and why you had to come all the way from Port Harcourt for a conference.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm so sorry, my voice is strained. I'm a little under the weather. My name is Olubusola Oyajojo, and I run Liban Legal in Port Harcourt. I practiced in Lagos for a year, and then marriage took me to Port Harcourt, and then I started having kids. And it was a different journey. It was not what I expected. You know, I knew I wanted to practice, but I also knew that I wanted to practice, I wanted to be a different kind of lawyer. I wanted to have time for my children. At the same time, I wanted to be the future lawyer. I wanted to be innovative, savvy, and of course, I wanted to make money, you know, as per Port Harcourt now. So, luck smiled on me when I was introduced to a training organized by SLB, Mastering Success in Law Practice, and I met B.
Organized in the 2025 and 2024 Chambers and Partners Directory as a leading fintech lawyer. Sheon has authored several articles on the technology sector, including regulation of fintech in Nigeria and regulatory considerations for digital trade. She currently serves as a vice chair of the Technology Committee of the Nigerian Bar Association section on business provider. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sheon TV. You're welcome. Good to have you here, ma'am. Next year, we have Oyindolapo Olusesi, the lead legal services and data protection officer at Cora. Foster cross-functional collaboration and leverage emerging technologies to deliver scalable and high-impact digital solutions to meet the evolving needs of both the unbanked and the underbanked. His leadership in digital banking innovation has had a profound impact on millions of customers, ensuring that they can seamlessly access banking services across multiple platforms. With a strong track record in leading complex projects and delivering news to be committed to advancing digital banking solutions and transforming the financial services sector in Africa and beyond. Please, with a resounding plaudits, put your hands together for Mr. Landry A. Basanta. Now, to Feyintoluwa Ajayi. Feyintoluwa Ajayi is an associate of Bloomfield LP in the Shipping and Oil Services Practice Group. She represents local and international clients on several ship finance, refinance, and acquisition transactions. She also advises on a wide spectrum of maritime matters, including port concessions, chartering arrangements, marine casualties, and offshore operations. Recently, she was selected as the only African participant for the prestigious Fichter & Co. Shipping and Marine Insurance, showcased her intellectual prowess and passion for legal discourse through her written contributions. She has authored numerous articles that have been published across various platforms. She backed her law degree from the University of Lagos in 2021 and was called to the Nigerian Bar in 2022. She is also the Extant Publicity Secretary of the Young Lawyers Forum NBA Lagos branch. Please put your hands together for Feyintoluwa Ajayi. And now to Modupe Ola Iromini. Modupe Ola Iromini is a seasoned executive serving as a dynamic practice manager and business development officer at Tope Adebayo LP. With over 22 years of invaluable experience in business operations, she is a strategic leader instrumental in driving the firm's growth and profitability. Her expertise spans strategic management, optimizing HR operations, enhancing brand marketing and corporate communications, and meticulously building client relationships. Known for her solution-focused mindset and inspiring leadership, Modupeola consistently expands the firm's reach, offering strategic guidance that empowers teams and peoples. Tokbe Adebayo LP Forward in Nigeria's competitive legal landscape. A graduate of physics from the University of Lagos, she is currently pursuing an executive MBA on the prestigious Business School, Netherlands, which further sharpens her insights into strategic and operational aspects vital for enhancing the firm's competitive advantage, financial health, and long-term sustainability. Please put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen, for Modupeola Iromini. Once again, welcome to all our panelists. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for this session? Are you ready for this session? Are you sure you are ready for this session? Do you have your writing pads with you? Or do you have your biro and paper to take notes? This session promises to be very interesting and purpose-driven. So ladies and gentlemen, let's pay our undivided attention to our panelists.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this particular session, which promises to be so insightful, enlightening, interactive, and engaging. We've already introduced our panelists today, and I don't need to say more. They are experts in their field. So let's just dive in. Today's session title is Forging the Future Work Ethic, Innovation and the Human Touch in Law. So, to the legal luminaries on the panel, Mr. Deole, the first question would be, as a managing partner, how do you personally define a strong work ethic beyond just putting in the long hours? And what specific habits have sustained your reliance over the years throughout your career?
Hello? Okay. Thank you for that question. I know as lawyers we are trained to be ethical in our dealings with our clients and other stakeholders. One thing that is very, very fundamental, I know as maybe for young lawyers, they've been told that the best way is to succeed is to put in the long hours. But no, not just that, it's not sufficient. Even though you work from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. in the night, if you are not addressing your clients' business needs, that goes to no issue, as we say. So one thing that is very, very critical is that you must be very, very reliable and dependable. Reliable encompasses a lot. When we say reliability or dependability, is that you must be responsive. Your clients must be able to reach you at all times. Most lawyers forget the fact that they run a business. To them, they're practicing law. But I think the business of law has evolved beyond that. Beyond just practice the law, let me give you the legal advice how you go. No, tomorrow, regarding plumbing work, the person you will have to reach out to, notwithstanding that plumber one that you called that failed to pick your call, may even be better in terms of plumbing services. But it was not able to solve your problem at that point in time. So the person you have to call again because it's reliable and dependable is that plumber B. Reliable and dependable is that plumber B. And I told them that your degree or your grades in school is irrelevant. I don't want to say useless. If you cannot use it to the benefit of your clients, I'd rather have a top-class student who is providing the needs, meeting the needs the client's needs, than having a first-class graduate who is recalcitrant and not able to meet the client's needs. So one thing is that you must be very, very responsive. And that responsiveness is a lot. It's not just about picking your calls. It's not just about at any time. If you tell a client, you get a response from me by 2 p.m. tomorrow, he will be before that time. Send your client your response. Clients generally won't reach out to you unless they're in need. I don't want to say in problems. So they only come to you when they are in dire need of you. Ordinarily, they want to save costs. As we know in the legal process that nobody wants to spend unnecessary legal costs. So they want to cut short of that. So for them to reach out to you, that means they are in dire need of that particular service at that point in time. And if you are able to make it to them, then it's an add-on for you. Another point that needs to be mentioned is that your commitment to the work. I just don't need somebody I will call. I won't be able to help solve my problems. I want somebody who will come and provide solutions to my problem. And when we talked about solutions for lawyers, we think it's just legal solutions. I once had a senior colleague, a very traditional litigator. His own is that I must win every battle. And I used to tell him, no, that is not the interest of the client, even though it doesn't meet the client. Even so I win the case, or I win that motion is rejected, or that motion is granted, I'm okay. No. A client has come to you for a particular purpose, which is to solve a particular need. I heard one of the speakers said that I just want to show the client that I have the resources. So you need to understand your client's needs. What is the essence of the client coming to you in the first place? So if the essence of coming to you is to just score a point and teach you a lesson, why not? I can find all the emotions in the world to frustrate you. That is what you need at that point in time. Insofar it's within the ethic realm of the legal profession. For young lawyers, I know maybe it may be difficult, maybe for us that we started practice over 2 decades ago. They just want to be given, or they just want to do, or provide services, or perform tasks assigned to them. It goes beyond that. As one of my senior partners would say in the office, that you need to get your hands dirty. You need to get to the rudiment of the work and do the work and be committed to it and take ownership of the work. Notwithstanding of the fact that this may not be, you may not be the one directly responsible to the client. You may not really be the client, but you take ownership of the work. You'll be able to decide what the client needs. Recently, we advised on one transaction, and it was about where should we have the seat of the arbitration and the venue of the arbitration. Yes, many lawyers will say because of Nigeria is this and that, judicial system is not running the way we want it to run. Then I want US, I want London, I want Singapore. But again, you need to, as I said, you are not just providing legal services. You are providing business solutions that will meet client needs. So what do we have to do in that case? You need to advise the client. Yes, it's good for you to go to London, but one, cost is one thing. How much are you looking at in this regard? You are looking at about 1.5 billion. And for you to go to London, get your lawyers, get the arbitrators, 3 arbitrators for that matter, we advise that it should be just one arbitrator. So by the time you have 3 arbitrators, you are paying your representatives, your lawyers to go to London, you are already spending 3, 4, 500 billion, a third of the claim that you want to get. It doesn't make sense financially. So what do you have to do? Tell them, this does not make sense. Yes, it is good for you to have, you can have the seats in London, but the venue can be in Nigeria, such that if there's any hearing, it will happen here in Nigeria. Your costs are limited. For my own selfish interest as well, you come to me as a lawyer, and I will be able to advise you, and your cost may be less than 100 million or 200, get yourself, your claim settled for about 1.5 with interest. So I believe that we need to be business-oriented, client-centric, know the client's needs and be able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. It seems as if you were picking through some of my, some of the answers, because really, as young lawyers, what I tell my lawyers in the firm is, you are servicing the client. It's a business. So forget about, oh, I have to go to court. Your primary benefactor is your client. And as long as they are happy, you are available, you are committed, you are responsive, because he has actually, he has dealt with this. So that you have it at the back of your mind. It's not just going to a law firm or going to court. You need to think about the business side of the legal industry and how, it needs to thrive, okay? So my next question goes to Sheo. How do you distinguish between a strong work ethic and unhealthy overwork? And how do we model discipline without glorifying burnout?
Okay, thank you. That's a good question, and it's great to be here today. So what is good work ethics? I think that's the first place to start. And I believe Mr. Adewale has already kind of shared that with us. And I'll just say, okay, so good work ethics is you showing commitment to your work, to the firm, taking ownership of your work, not dropping things at the slightest inconvenience, being punctual, being a good team player, and professionalism, and many more, diligence, right? That's good work ethics. What's poor work ethics? You shift blame. When things don't go well, you blame somebody in the team, you drop things. So you have that mindset of, it's not my father's business. I can't come and kill myself, Yeah, so that's poor work ethics. You just refuse to take responsibility for your work. And another thing about good work ethics, you have a personal brand, and your brand is quality. You take ownership of your work, and when you do your work, as long as you're the one who has done that work, it stands for quality. You don't do this for the company, you don't do it for the firm, you do it because that's who you are. When I am doing something, it has to be excellent, right? When my stamp is on something, it has to be good. Now, how do you avoid burnout? I think the first thing is, you need to be doing things. You want to avoid doing it for people pleasing. There are people who will come to the office, they get there first, they leave there last. But from the beginning to the end, what were they doing? But in the eyes of everyone, it looks like they have good work ethics until you check the results. You don't want to be a people pleaser. You don't want to be doing things just because it looks good, or even if you're doing it well. But you just want your boss to say, thank you, well done. You could overexpend yourself and then crash because you're doing it to please people. I remember when I was, my previous job, when I worked in a company, I made a point not to work for thank yous. Because it's nice for people to say, thank you, well done, good job. But I was careful because I knew that if it means so much to me for people to thank me, when this same person crashes me with insults or tells me I didn't do well, how would I feel? I would sink. So I made sure, fine, thank you for thanking me, but I'm also careful not to let you be the sole purpose for why I'm there. It's important for you to know your purpose and why you are doing what you are doing. It was important to me that if my signature is on any document, that document, years from when I left it, must speak well of me. If you go to that organization and Sheon signed that document, it must speak well of me years later. It wasn't about, would this person like me? Would they be happy with me? You have to be careful about those things. You need to be clear about your purpose, what you're trying to build, who you're trying to become, and then recognize when an organization is helping you become that person. And when it has kind of platooned and it's no longer serving you, even if you're getting all the thank yous, perhaps it's no longer serving you. How do you take care of yourself? It's important that you continue to check in with yourself. You need to, I have an app on my phone that checks, how are you feeling today? How are you feeling at this moment? And I answer, I'm anxious, I'm stressed, or I'm happy. And I check, why are you happy? Oh, my family or this. So it makes you self-aware because you know what makes you happy and what gets to you. And when you're feeling down, okay, is it because my boss shouted at me? Okay, how do I handle that? You need to be mindful and constantly check on yourself. If you are emotionally ill, mentally ill, physically ill, you can't bring value. So as much as we want you to have good work ethics, we don't want you to break down. I don't want you to break down. If you're in an organization that looks like they want you to break down, then perhaps it's not for you, and you need to reconsider that. But I need you to also pay attention to seasons, opportunities for you to grow. There are times when an organization would demand things from you. I've worked weekends, come into the office, worked late to achieve a goal. And those experiences built me. I still remember when I was an associate at a law firm and I wasn't feeling too fine. And I told my boss, I'm not feeling fine, I think I'm going to go home. And my boss said, Ole, go and finish your work, then you go home. Some people now will say, that wasn't good, but I remember it as a growth opportunity because I didn't know I could achieve that even when I'm not feeling that great and then go home. Some things stretch you, but when you are stretched, you grow from the stretching. So be careful not to just drop things because, oh, I can't kill they're stressing me. But also be careful to take care of yourself. Understand how to communicate with your boss, with people, when you have a lot on your table. Learn, there are two ways to delegate. If you have people subordinates, you can delegate to people. If you're not at that stage where you have subordinates, you can delegate to time. Recognize, understand time management. A work, B work, C work, and communicate with your bosses, with your supervisors that my plate is full, can I do this now and do this later? I tell you, most reasonable leaders are not saying do everything now. They just want to be sure that you have taken ownership of the work and they can trust you to see it through. Don't drop things. And I'll give you an example. If you are not feeling fine and you have a baby at home, are you going to drop the baby on the floor and let the baby because you are sick? No. What would you do? You will give the baby to a responsible adult to help you so you can rest. Nobody is saying that when you are sick, stay there and enjoy yourself. No, but can you pass it on to someone who can handle it? Can you communicate to your boss and say, please, I'm not feeling fine, but these are the things I've put in place to ensure that the client's work doesn't drop. Those are the things expected of you. And one thing I also want you to be careful about, when you receive feedback, I learned this a long time ago in my former job because there were different types of people and I encountered some workplace bullies. I was careful Sometimes your boss, your supervisor might be a bully, might be taking out things on you. Be careful to filter what comes to you. I was careful. If you're giving me feedback, I learned to take the constructive from the feedback and drop the rest. You might be using plenty of words to tell me, Sheon, I take, okay, where did I mess up? I will learn. I will put notes in my, in fact, I might go back to my computer and write some notes. Don't do this, learn this, so that next time it will not repeat itself. But if in the process of all that you are calling me names I'm going to drop that, because that is obviously a personal issue with you. It's not me. So just take ownership of your emotional, mental, and physical well-being, but don't miss growth opportunities because you want to be like, oh no, don't stress me. It's always a balancing act, okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Cheryl. When the moderator, yes, when she was reading out your profile, I was just like, wow. However, if you know the work, if you actually know the work she has put in. I was telling her a few days ago that, I know you from so, that you had left. But I heard about you. I know you. I know your work. I saw your emails. Do you understand? And it's been decades. Do you understand? Something that she mentioned that is silent is self-motivation. There will be days you will want to hit your head on the wall. It comes. But what do you do? What do you do? What do you filter? She's mentioned certain tips that will work for you, because it's not always, hey, you will get to days that the hitting on the wall is actually very, very, very true. But what keeps you standing? Who do you surround yourself with? Who are the people that are in your clique or your group? So, Sean, thank you so much you mentioned ownership, and I think a lot of people mix it up. A lot of people don't even understand what ownership means. Being responsible. Meaning that whatever goes out of Talk by Adebayo LP, and my signature is on it, you cannot link my name to mediocrity. So if it is 11 o'clock in the night, I'm still in the office. If it is 1 a.m., I'm still in the office to ensure that everything linked to me, your personal brand, is key. As a young associate, you need it. What do you stand for? Thank you. Thank you so much, Sheil. So, Feyintoluwa Ajayi. I got your name right this time around. So, as a young lawyer in this session, what are your biggest struggles? Delivering exceptional work, and what strategies are you employing to build resilience and cultivate a strong work ethic to earn trust? Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that question. Allow me to just take a moment to appreciate Strictly Law Business for the opportunity to be on this panel session with distinguished senior colleagues. I am grateful, and of course, I look forward to learning from every one of the panelists. Now, back to your question. As a young lawyer, of course, there will be struggles, that we face in ensuring that we deliver exceptional work, especially consistently, right? And for me, the chief of that struggle would be managing time effectively. And just to put that into perspective, for instance, a client comes to your partner or your boss and he says, okay, I need a legal opinion on something, I need a memo. And as the junior colleague on the team, you're tasked with doing the first draft of that memo, right? And your partner then says, he needs it before COV. And you know in your heart that it is going to be difficult for you to deliver that work at that time, because perhaps there are complex issues that, have not really been dealt with, and you need to also do research on case laws. You have to review a lot of laws, documents, and sometimes you might even need to reach out to a few industry people so you get the practical advice that would make your memo more enriching and robust. So, of course, you say, okay, you will try to deliver within time. And you're not necessarily able to meet that deadline, but again, because you want to deliver exceptional work, and great work is not something that you rush, you need to take your time to review everything that is being sent to you. You need to make sure that you're thorough and meticulous in doing that legal opinion or the memo. So, of course, you reach out to your partner or your boss, and then you seek for an extension. But note that in seeking for that extension, you're not doing it when it's already close to the deadline. You should be able to manage your expectations by perhaps reaching out to them maybe a bit early when you know that, okay, this thing is more complex than I thought it would be, because it shows that you're managing their expectations and they're not necessarily expecting that work by COB. Perhaps they give you 2-3 hours after, and you are able to finalize and send in that work. So I would say that finding that balance between speed and substance can be a struggle, because you also know that when a work is coming to you, and this is something that they ring in my firm, when you're given a task, you approach it as though nobody else is going to review it. Approach it as though it is the final product. Don't have that mindset where you're like, okay, well, it's going to the next person. They'll probably just brushing it up, and I can't come and kill myself, just like what Madam Shewa said. You're not doing your best. You're just trying to ensure that it leaves your table exactly. So, as a young lawyer, very important that you take the pain, you take out time to do your task diligently, because these are your formative years, and you want to build that strong work ethic, you want to build that resilience, so that at the end of the day, you're building capacity and expertise in that particular industry. Then another struggle would also be when you're feeling burnt out. If you're feeling burnt out, you're not able to deliver optimally, and of course, the work may suffer a bit. So you should also take out time to ensure that you're very intentional about your physical well-being as well as your mental well-being, of course. Then I would also say when you're managing competing tasks or competing priorities, so you have like 2-3 tasks and they have pressing deadlines. So in that instance, how are you able to manage it? Just like Mama said, if you know that you're not able to deliver your 100% because you have something else that you're doing, you should reach out to your boss, reach out to your partner, explain to them, let them know that, okay, you need an extension or something, so that you'll be able to deliver the work optimally again. Because if you have 2 pressing deadlines, there's no way one will suffer for one, or at the end of the day, the both of them might even suffer. So those are some struggles that I would say that I face as a young lawyer in delivering exceptional work consistently. Then to the second leg of your question, which is tips on how to build strong work ethic and building resilience. The first one is what has been echoed by the panelists here, which is having that ownership mentality. Very, very important. When you're given a task, approach it like it is yours. You're not just doing the task for the sake of doing it and just getting it off your table. Take ownership of the work, because it gets you invested, it gets you motivated, and at the end of the day, you're ultimately reliable. And your partners, your boss, they see you as somebody that, when you take ownership mentality, they see you as one that is willing to go that extra mile. Then another tip would be to always put yourself in the shoes of the client. At the end of any task, perhaps the legal opinion scenario, ask yourself, has this met the needs of my client? If I were the client, would I be satisfied by this opinion that I just did? Because there are times that you know in your mind that you've not even done so much as you could have done, but you just want to pass it on. So don't be very, don't easily give up and say, I cannot come and kill myself. Just always put in your best foot forward and ensure that whatever you're doing, in fact, act as though it is your name that is going to be on the final product of that document, even if it is not your name. Let people know that when documents come to me, when legal opinions come to me, when processes come to me and I am on it, they know that, okay, you're going to deliver nothing short of excellence or nothing short of a great work. Then another tip, of course, would be to improve your research generally. As a young lawyer, again, you need to have strong research skills. Of course, we have AI, we have tools that can help you, but I would say that you shouldn't necessarily rely on it solely. It is there to guide you, but ensure that you're taking out the pain to do total research. When you're reviewing laws, you know that you have to sit with it and look at this thing. It's not something that you just say, oh, AI, please just help me quickly do a quick review. You're a lawyer, you're trained to analyze things. And at the end of the day, that human element would always show. So always take initiative and go that extra mile, because it would distinguish you from any other person, right? Then be open to feedback, also another tip. And feedback can come in many forms. Sometimes your partner could send you perhaps the track review of the memo that you've done. Other times it might not come. So you have to take it upon yourself to perhaps just do a comparison of what you sent and what was eventually sent out to the client. So these are tips that I think would help a young lawyer build that strong work ethic and build resilience in a law firm or anywhere you find yourself. And I said law firm because I work in a law firm. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Fayintoluwa. Oyindolapo. Okay. You have faced challenges that threatened your development of resilience and tenacity. What effective strategies or practical habits did you deploy or adopt to cultivate and strengthen your work ethic? And what growth have you experienced?
All right, thank you so much. And thank you again for having me. I think that's a very, whoever sets that question sort of x-rayed my journey or maybe has an insight. Because I think that I have particularly been faced with a lot of interesting, I call them adult challenges, both personally and at work. So maybe I have a few things to share. Obviously, I mean, not as much as, yeah. Okay, so first off, I think what I tell myself I think I should conceptualize the key terms, persistence and tenacity. Persistence simply means to bounce back, to forge ahead. Tenacity means to hold on, to continue at it, right? So for persistence or for resilience, I think what I tell myself most of the times is that it's not really about me. It's the way the world works. And I have a very strong sense of demand and supply, cause and effect, risk and reward. So for me, it's what is the projected reward from this endeavor? Then that gives me a sense of what the risks that I need to take would be. So for example, if you want to become a Mr. Adewale, you want to be a managing partner at one of the leading law firms, you know that you cannot be average. You know that it's not just about I'm able to deliver my work. You know that you want to become, you want to build a pavestone sometime. You know that you can't be average. It can't just be that, I'm a smart lawyer and I know how to deliver my work. Because at that level, it's the other things. Because best believe, if you work at JLIS or any of the top law firms, majority of your colleagues are smart, if not all of you. So there has to be that other thing beyond the fact that I am a smart lawyer that is going to, at the end of the day, separate you, right? And then you also have to understand that, forget managing partner first, the challenges are sequential. So, of course, you want to be managing partner one day, but that day is not next year if you're a first-year associate. So that means that you first of all need to solve the problem of you graduating to the next associate level, and then to the senior associate level, depending on the structure of the firm, managing associate, associate partner, then managing partner. So it's a long ride. So I think the problem is that most times we put the cart before the horse. I've been at the horse before the cart. We are too quick most times to want to achieve the result, and we don't understand that it's laced with a lot of challenges. So for me, what I do is I tell myself that it's not really me. So if I have an aspiration and I'm facing a challenge, I separate myself from that problem, and I know that it's not my village people that is doing me, it's just normal, right? So with that, I'm able to understand that what that situation is requiring of me is for me to develop the capacity for that level. I'll give you a practical example. So when I started not too long ago, I was a star boy, in the firms where I worked. Very solid guy. I was dependable. All the partners liked me and all of that. So I made a SAPA-induced move in-house. At that time, everybody told us that you had to go in-house to make money. So this company came, and I decided to go in-house. Me, star boy, managing all of the big fintechs at the firms where I was working. My probation period ended, and they extended it, which meant that I did not meet the expectation, and that's one of the biggest shock of my life. I was looking at so it was just me and my boss, and I looked at the guy. I could swear that I wanted to punch him. That guy, do you even know me? Because to be honest, it was very strange. I was doing all the things. I knew all the CBN regulations by heart. And I know that I'm a very smart guy. That's not even, debatable. So, bro, what do you want from me? So I had from working at the law firms, I learned how to have very difficult conversation. I think that's one of the good things about me. So I called him and said, I don't agree with you that my probation should be extended. And thank God that he has a very strong personality, because I can be very stern and frank. Even though I was very, I was just I was younger then. But the guy sat down and told me that, see, yes, look at all the things you've reviewed, look at all the things you've done, very solid. But I expect from you more than just good agreement and all of that. And I was confused. And so he started showing me this particular product. What is it about? I did not know. Or I knew, but just what every other person would know. And he said, there is no way you will not really know this product in depth, and you'll be able to provide stellar advice. Okay, so we are going to XXX countries. Who are the regulators, and what are the prevailing regulations there? I did not know. What would it take us to enter this market beyond just the regulations? I did not know. By the time it was done, I realized that I was actually very dumb. And I asked him, so are you going to fire me now? He said, no, you have 3 extra months. And so we took it up from there, and I went on from that time to consistently have a star for I don't know how long, until of course I got to the next level, and then we started all over again. I think they first introduced me with a C. In my organization, after C is LOL. LOL means that you're out. So they introduced me to a C. But at this time, speaking about resilience, at this time I'd learned that what this was saying was that I needed to develop the capacity for this particular part. So it was easier, because the next quarter again, I went back to my A star. So now I don't move from C to A star again, don't worry. I've mastered that. Once I develop the capacity before I get there. So I think, to the question, for me, resilience is about understanding that the world is not really against you. It's not your village people. It's just the demand of the work. So if you face a challenge, you need to analyze the situation, understand what exactly is required of you in that situation, which may be different from what you are accustomed to, right? And then build the capacity for that thing so that you can find that. And that spills as well into. I have also learned that at the end of the day, the people who eventually get here are people who can continue in spite of. So I travel a lot. I think last year I did about 15 countries. This year I've done about 7. The problems, what I learned from it's, I don't like it, don't worry. It's not exciting for me. So, but one day I sat, I think it was last year, I felt really sick. And I really questioned why I prayed for That's, because you always say this is what you prayed for, and I really questioned why I prayed for it. It was stressing me so much. I didn't have time for anything else, right? But then I had a conversation with my CEO, and said, you know what, I don't think I want to be in this position again. And he said, bro, you better get out of my office. I'm adding another distinct to you, to your profile, the portfolio next year. And then I realized that, see, the people who, so first thing I read a lot of autobiographies. I read a lot of stories of people. I like to study people who are like doing really well, right? So I think that humility to understand and learn from point of view is a very good skill. So what I did was to analyze. Sorry, I used a lot of analyze. I examined the situation and understood why I felt really sick after all of those trips. I realized that at the end of the day, it wasn't so much about the trips. It was so much about me not managing everything very well, right? So that's one. Then two, I asked myself the question: do I really want to? How far do I want to go? Do I agree that I want to scale down on my dreams and aspirations, or I actually want to continue? And of course, the answer was very simple: it's either you go out or you go home, right? So I said, okay, you know what? So this is what we are going to do now, again. We will understand these things. I think I have done more trips within a shorter period of time than I did last year, and no fatigue. I'm traveling again this weekend, no issues. So I think what has just stopped me, and let me to explain it a little bit. What it means is that wherever I am, regardless of the time zone, the demands of that particular place, I'm still here managing my people in Lagos, in Canada, in London, and in England, wherever they are. So the guy in Canada is still sleeping when I am in Egypt, or in Egypt, week starts on Sunday, which means that you work from Sunday and ends on Thursday, but there's a meeting that you have in Lagos on Friday, which means you're doing 6 days a week, right? So it can be very demanding and challenging. But then the people, I think the summary of what I'm just trying to say is that the people who eventually get to the very top did not get there by choosing the easy things. So you have to, you have to pay the price. You have to, I'm sure that if we ask, these senior lawyers, or we have these people, we ask them, even if you ask me, that's how far million. But if I do, I also understand that the position requires that level of capacity. So, and with that capacity comes the risks with it, and with the risk with it comes the reward or the loss. So if they fire me, okay, I know that I did not, maybe I did not do this. But if I also do well, what it also means is that I also go up from there. So yes, so resilience and tenacity, the first thing, summary, is that it's not about me, it's not my billion people, nobody is doing me, right? Then for tenacity, I understand that I will always be tested. I am very good, but I'm not as good, I may not be as good as the next level that I aspire to. So what that means is that I have to be humble enough to learn to acquire the capacity required for that next stage, and then just know that at the end of the day it works out, or it doesn't, and then you start over again, but eventually it will work out.
Thank you so much, Oyindolapo. Larry, it's a non-legal question, but everybody has talked legal. Now let's put it, especially if we have company secretaries and legal officers in here. What one non-negotiable habit for maintaining your sanity and work ethic? What's one of them?
Okay. Can you ask again so I can think more?
So the question is, what's one non-negotiable habit for maintaining your sanity and work ethic?
Okay, straightforward, I don't know. Okay? Yeah, so, it would be nice to go all nice and speak all the good English. I promise I don't know. Okay? Because whilst there are generally transformative habits that everyone should have, you would find that there are some habits. You will find that there are some habits that just work just well with some people, better than others. One, there are some habits that are more nuanced and useful in some scenarios than the others. Okay, so if you're asking for habits, it could be persistence, it could be diligence, it could be timeliness. I was just reading now, whilst we were here, the piece written by Babatunde Fashola, just to further immortalize the late president, and was talking about the fact that he's the only public servant that was never late to events. And so there are times when just managing time is beyond timeliness, is managing life, is showing respect to people. There are times when just knowing enough and being diligent is good. If you allow me, I'll just deviate a bit. I think maybe the most fundamental for anyone, okay, would be context and reasoning. Context and reasoning. So what we were told after the end of industrialization is that we're in a knowledge economy. Okay, so since 2022, knowledge economy is dead. None of us know better than the phones in our hands. There's nobody. With due respect, you know, your practice is the one where there's a lot of respect. Even when I came in, I mean, our keynote, every time she made a statement, I think the lady that anchored her was like, give a round of applause to our learned silk. That's what you guys do, and that's fantastic. You know, I work in tech where even the biggest guy will call him by first name, Collins, Alpha. But you guys, you know, she was even, that's the way you guys are. But if you go, and that is good, by the way, we are envious. You know, there's just some superiority complex and inferiority complex. You know, they always say our learned colleague, as if we didn't go to school, but that's okay. You know, that's okay. But since knowledge is now democratized, I mean, you guys can wear your gown and speak good English, but you don't know as much as my phone. You can't say you do. So, what then is this fundamental skill that differentiates you in a room? It's going to be context, right? And it's going to be reasoning, because knowledge is democratized. There's nothing you would need to know, or there's nothing that is required of you that you can't get on free platforms, that you can get on GPT and Gemini and the tons. And I'm not speaking AI now because you're talking behaviorals here. I'm not even talking tech. I'm just saying that this thing that differentiates you, that sort of sets you out in a room, is context. Understanding that we're here, for example, and understanding the sensitivities in the room, and understanding what would be considered valuable knowledge to the guys in the room. I mean, ultimately, people think you have sense. It's like me now, people listening. I might not even know what I'm saying, but because I'm speaking to the context in the room, and then reasoning, and this is where I'm going to stop, because I mean, I realize you've gone on and on. So since knowledge is free, I mean, you guys have, we used to think that people who went to the unis are the smart ones, like myself, but you guys are smarter because we only did 4 + 1 NYSC. You guys did 6 + 1, okay? But all of those knowledge, whilst they are the future of our world, right? They are democratized. And so if it was reviewing contracts, if it was doing research, if it was getting clients, if it was managing business, if it was networking. I mean, just yesterday I was telling my team that, oh, please, I need you guys to help me develop a 10 weeks plan to engage my partners. What is partner? It's me and you. They just did it. I mean, what I would have been useful for before, what people will come to me for and it will make me feel smart, and I'll speak big grammar. Guys can do it. Even my doctor used ChatGPT. My doctor. He gave me medicine, it didn't work. He now research. I was seeing him, I'm like, oh. My doctor. So, if ChatGPT is available to him, I mean, I have about 14 on my phone, why do I still go to my doctor? Because of reasoning. Reasoning. And in fairness, I thought they were trying to be, I don't know. Because there was the first one she said, like, some people may want to be like, I don't want to come and kill myself. I'm like, lawyers, they do that. You don't use 6 years for school. Like, so imagine that you now have to lever on knowledge or leverage on people or stand out for experience. It will not be any of those things. It will be ability to reason for you to understand that it's experience that is relative here. It's people that is contextual here. It's knowledge that makes the difference here. So it's no longer those contracts. By the grace of God, that contract that junior lawyer, I don't know what I mean, you guys, they call yourself solicitors, but you can't even solicit for customers. Your problem here is a different one. But in my head is, pardon me, in my head, and we are the ignorant ones, you are the learned ones, so apologies. In my head is the ability to reason. Our keynote speaker said something as I close. He says, I don't know if it was a prayer, but she was saying that she hopes that people will not outsource their thinking to platforms. It is not necessarily thinking, it is reasoning. So the future of work, of relevance, of impact, of success, of being differential, of being on this platform is not because you spent 10, 20 years. It would be that you could reason and then you could deploy tools to make the difference in your career and your life. All right? Yeah.
Thank you so much, Larry. You've actually put me in a tight spot because the way you were dragging lawyers, part of me saying thumbs up, and a part of me like, haba. You understand? But thank you for that, perspective. And it is very, very important. One thing I would like to add is show up. Showing up. Because you really do not know when that opportunity to show the skills, the knowledge, the experience that you have garnered, where you'll be able to use it. Are you reliable? Are you committed? Are you responsible? And that's ownership. I wish I can, if we had time, to delve into what ownership means, meaning that one person fails in another department, it affects everybody. So you're not just coming to say, oh, Shebi, it is your task, or you got stuck. There are days that I can't even deliver. There was a particular one I remembered. My managing partner gave me a task, and I was stuck. I couldn't move forward, and she knew that I was stuck. I had to go back to her and beg, the timeline you've given me, you will not get it all. Because this and this and this and this are things I have encountered. And she was like, I knew you were stuck. So let me bring someone into that task that would help you. Do you understand? And this is, being able to leverage on the relationships that you have. No man knows it all. There are people who know much more than you do. And you can actually leverage on that stance to, get your work done. All right, we'll move to the next session. This is very, very engaging, enlightening. So, the next session is about beyond billable hour, innovation and value creation. To show, once again, the conversations around innovation often centers on tech. But beyond technology, what does true innovation in law look like? And how can lawyers evolve from being problem identifiers to solution-driven value creators for their clients' businesses?
Okay, thank you. So innovation in law, aside from technology, it's you seeing the problems, recognizing opportunities to improve the way things are being done, and then actually following through to do it better. I'll give you an example with Pavestones. Prior to Pavestones, I worked in-house. And as an in-house lawyer, I didn't really appreciate some the way some of the traditional lawyers were providing the service to us, I felt like, firstly, the opinions, half the time, I don't want to read long opinions. I want you to tell me what the answer is. I would make a request, because then I was a client, and say, can you advise on this? Backstory is that the CEO probably had asked for advice, and it's a commercial decision that the organization had to make. So we've said, okay, we sent it to the law firm. We need advice on this. The law firm comes back. Firstly, perhaps they've taken some time, and the CEO doesn't understand all these laws, and they just want, please, what's the advice so we make this commercial decision? The law firm sends it back to us, and then they've written long opinion. And I'm scrolling down just looking for the answer so I can meet my deadline. I get to the end of the document and I see, so at the end of this, you can do it or you cannot do it. You make your opinion. And I'm like, really? So I have to send another email saying, please, this is what I'm looking for. Having sat there, when we started Pavestones, I said, no, we need to be solution-oriented. We need to be commercially savvy. Put yourself in the shoes of the client. What does the client really want? They are not coming to me because they just want my long emails and to read that I know English. They want to solve a problem, and that problem is probably going to affect the bottom line. So let's help them. Now, innovation there for us was, we do less opinions, we answer questions. I answer your question. It might take some time. The answer you get at the end might be a short answer, but the research was done, the work was done, so we are precise. And we try to, and when the law, we've done our research and we found that the law might be a hurdle to what you're trying to do. I won't go back to you telling you, the law doesn't allow you to do it, full stop. I'm going to say, can we have a discussion? Let me understand what you're trying to do and see if there are ways. As long as it's not, and see if you can solve it. So, lawyers, we can solicit for our clients. We are the modern lawyers. Yeah, the modern lawyers are thinking beyond the law. We are thinking about the business, and we are trying to solve problems. And that's what you all should be trying to do. And you will get rewarded for it if you think that way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sheo. You know, it took me back to content creation in law firms. As a non-lawyer, I don't like too much English. And a lot of you forget that the people you're writing for are not lawyers. You now give us a scholarly article. And I'm like, so what is it? How does it benefit me? Because if you cannot think from the context of the client, they are not lawyers. All those big English that you used. So I usually go back and say, please, simplify it. And the CEOs that you're trying to write to or, create content for, they don't have time to go to a 10-pager. They don't. It's short. Pim, 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 pim. C'est fini. So, innovation, at least, thank God that the conversation has started on that, and people will begin to do differently. And some of my lawyers are here, so by the time I drag you, people, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Thank you so much, Sheo. So to Mr. Adewale, as the legal and business landscape evolves, what core competencies that is beyond traditional legal knowledge are becoming absolutely non-negotiable for a successful future lawyer at GLIS and beyond? And if you could speak to your younger self, just entering legal practice, what would you say about building a career that lasts?
I think it's a lot of questions, and I will try to answer the questions. My younger self, what do we need to excel in this time and age? I'll start from where he ended about what do we need to survive in the legal profession, aside the business of law. One thing that is very, very fundamental for me is that you must love what you do. If you don't love what you do, you burn out. So when I was about being called to bar so many years ago, I read one book, early years at the bar. And it told, at least I learned from that book, one, if you are starting your career, don't put money on the front burner. There's no doubt you make money. And I tell the young ones, if you are good at what you do, there's no doubt you make money. Law or business of law is very profitable, no doubt about that. Now, so what will sustain you is your love for that business. You are not just there to make money. Money will follow through, of course, but you are there to solve some needs. You are there to satisfy some clients. That's why you are there, which is critical. And whether they wake you up at night, in the morning, you are love to do it. And I ask people generally, if you are such that like watching Netflix, it's just somebody telling you there's a new movie on Netflix, go see it. Even though you are tired at 11 p.m. at night when you get home, you just want to put on your TV and catch a glimpse of that movie. That is the way law practices. Now, coming to this age, as to what is that thing that would make a difference? Yes, we are in the AI generation, Gen Zs and the likes. When many of us started our practice, especially for me, when I was in school, there was no computer, actually. So everything you have to do, read from the law textbooks. There were no phones. You can't make calls. There was no internet. You can't even make any research. These days, you can make research on your desktop, as Shane was talking, and just search. What do I need to set up a manufacturing company in Nigeria? Those days, you have to go to the library and do it. For many of us, maybe we still believe in that because, like he was saying about technology and legal practice, yes, you still need a lawyer. I'm answering him. Because those things that you find on the internet, they are not contextual. So you need to apply some reasoning, as he was saying. Yes, how are you so sure that what your ChatGPT is telling you is correct? So you need somebody who has the knowledge in that context to be able to advise you that, okay, what the results your search is giving you is correct. There are situations in Singapore, in India, whereby, even in the UK recently, whereby a lawyer cited a case based on research from AI, and the case was not in existence, and it was disciplined for that. We referred to the general committee for it to, because as a lawyer, you need to put that into context, check, and ensure that that thing is correct. So yes, all AIs, all the technology, they are tools to assist us, but we must have that basic knowledge. You must understand first what you are talking about before you can deploy those tools to assist you in servicing your clients. Sorry, the last question that you asked.
The last one says, if you could speak to your younger, I think you've answered that.
Younger selves, yes. I deal with that always. And I said, if I were to be younger, what would I have done differently? For me, I've been with JLIS for over 2 decades. I don't want to say maybe it's the only law firm I've known. But what is that thing would I have done differently? One thing that we neglect is the culture we call mentoring. Yes, I wouldn't know. Maybe I would have gone further than this. I don't know. if I had a mentor. So it's very critical that you have a mentor who will mentor you, who will be able to tell you things that you need to do, who will be able to, at least you tell him or her your dreams and aspirations, and will be able to tell you and guide you. These are the things that you need to do. So talking to my younger self, what would I have done differently? Yes, the only thing I would have done differently is get a mentor who will be able to tell me, guide me as to where I need to go in my legal career. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Adewale. Okay, we move to AI. AI and the human element, navigating the tech frontier. Larry, as an AI evangelist, beyond the usual rhetoric about efficiency and speed, what are your boldest predictions for AI's impact on the legal industry? And what should every lawyer or law firm be most concerned about? That's one of the first.
Okay, and thank you for the question, by the way. I think the biggest barrier first, when we talk about AI, is this conflation of AI and ChatGPT, you know? And if only you can onboarding yourself and took out ChatGPT, then you will realize that AI is not just platforms, okay? It's the direction of technology today. I mean, AI is maybe going to be more consequential than the internet itself. And so when you think about AI from that perspective, the question isn't what aspect of the practice will it change. Maybe the bolder question is which part of it wouldn't be influenced or impacted. I mean, that's the first one. The second thing to think about is that the biggest change AI is asking of us is cultural. Everybody thinks is to buy another phone and to build a smarter home. But AI is, I mean, when we talk about AI, the technology, I'm not talking the tools that we have on our phone. I'm just saying if you think about AI in terms of the intelligence of machines, if you think about it like that, then you know that you have to change your mind so you can take advantage of more smarter machines. Okay? So that is two. I mean, I'm talking about it in incremental terms. So it's cultural shift. The third one, which we are going to struggle with because, and I apologize if this comes out wrongly, lawyers more than most look back a lot. Because of your practice, you have to look back. Artificial intelligence is looking forward. So maybe the craft that is going to, I don't want to say struggle, because struggle is not the word, that is going to maybe lag, and like I said, I apologize, is law, because by design you have to look back to be able to portend the future. But AI is looking forward. And so one of the inadvertent need for you to stay on the AI lane is what we call speed of obsolescence. For example, the things I knew in January is expired. I mean, we're talking about Maurana in March. It's old. I'm just reading about new technologies now. And so for lawyers who are always reading those laws behind, you're going to have to maybe adapt, right? That's the third. The fourth one, which is a demon in the room. I mean, everybody thought that it was only doctors that were at the worst threat, but you guys are going to be, because one of the reasons why lawyers are exalted is a sense of superiority of knowledge. I mean, that's why we just think, I have a younger sister who's practiced 10 years in Nigeria. She's been recertified to practice in Canada now. And even in our house, my mom thinks that she's the smarter one because she studied law. I'm the one that helps her to prepare, even now in Canada. But she's the lawyer, so you know how they call it, the law. So, but how would you feel where you're, I don't want to use street language, where we can't now. What do you call these things? Where your rank is knowledge, and you now have potentially educated clients who know. Okay, and that's where all that made you the law was because you are supposed to, and there's now a new age of customers who know, you know. And so if you're asking me what AI will change, I think it's going to radically change the ignorance, the perception of ignorance, the perception your client. I said patient. I was going to say patient. Your client And that's going to be radical. But if you took that away, I mean, one of the thoughts that was shared earlier on that I thought was fascinating is the future of the practice and the future of the business. I think it's amazing, you know, because like I said, you guys are not allowed to solicit, right? And when you start thinking about the business of law, there are maybe 4 or 5 elements of it that I think AI is going to help. I mean, one of the thoughts that was most shared, that was one of the most dominant thoughts that was shared, was networking. And I imagine that AI could help. I mean, forget AI. So when we were, I don't like to feel old, but I'm a bit old, right? So when we were growing up, a fortunate parent would be in a social club. My dad belonged to this club where they just ate fried turkey. But real parents, they will belong to social clubs and then they will register you in social clubs. So today, technology has equalized that. My best community on WhatsApp, the most valuable community in my life is on WhatsApp, where I'm part of a group of more than 100 CEOs. They're the best group. In fact, I was reading there just now. And so AI is going to help build communities like that, that is going to change the whole concept, view, nature of networking, that is going to radicalize it. But maybe the one that gets me juicy is prospecting. Because you can't solicit, but you have to. And I love some of what she was saying about the fact that she's written. Think about how do you sell when you're not supposed to sell. So what you want to do is to own a piece of people's mind. I mean, just 2 days ago, we built this AI solution we wanted to sell to banks. Remember the trick that I said. I belong to a group of about 800 people, more than 100 of them are CEOs. I want to sell to them, but I don't want to sell to them. So we built a GPT, which is just $20 per month. We loaded it with information and we asked them to engage with it. So they think they are in charge, but they are not in charge. We are reprogramming their mind to see us as the one they need to see. And so I think that finding customers, engaging people, staying top of mind, gaining mind share, all of those things are going to change. I mean, that's on the business side. But on the practice, and this is where I stop, is going to radically change also. The future of the junior associate, I imagine that's what they're called, is not just going to be spending hours. And I think we've not figured it out. Education has not figured out, at least this education, this our education, has not figured out how to teach reasoning. So many years ago, 2004, 21 years ago, I got a book. What do they really teach at Harvard? If you've had that book, it's amazing. Because I always wondered, what do they teach in business school? I mean, if you've gone to business, I've not gone to many, but I've gone to Lagos Business School. But when I read that book, it occurred to me that at an executive learning level, nobody teaches you anything. Have you not noticed? You go into the class, the only thing they used to teach is case studies. But that case study, they are not teaching you. Oh, a company existed in 1980. They bought this thing, they bought this thing, they died, somebody didn't die, they make money, somebody didn't make money. What do you think? And so what they're forcing you to think, what they're forcing you to learn is how to reason. Because in actual fact, there's no right or wrong. There are consequences for action, there are consequences for inaction. And being able to know when to act or not act, or when to act and posture as inaction, or when not to act and posture as action, is actually what differentiates him and me. Is not the age. And so the practice of law is going there. And so the business of being able to think and being able to apply context to practice is actually the job. We don't know how we're going to teach it yet. I mean, is it not law school that you went? Is it not this our knowledge? So it's going to have to be different how we teach people reasoning. And then the final thought is not just reasoning, but collaborating with machines. Our best strength is that even pastors say you can't be pastor until you pray for 8 hours. Our best strength is that we use 10 hours to do research. Well, I mean, it's such an absolute waste of time and not the best use of life. And so if tech and tools can do all of this stuff, how do you in unison reason and give the assignment to machines? My final thought. 20 years ago, I mean, when I talk about AI, I go to the media, I talk about it, people say, are we going to outsource our brain? And I'm like, guys, so when I was in school, I used scientific calculator. Hello? And I was just in school maybe 30 years ago, right? 30 years ago when I was in secondary school, my parents used to say, you guys are lazy. Why will you be using scientific calculator? They use, thank you, ma. God bless you. They use 4-figure table. And I'm sure their parents were saying, you guys are lazy. You guys are lazy. And so, tools, AI tools, are just the support. So we have been marrying technology. It's just that machines today are smarter than they used to be. And the guy who takes advantage of it is the one who can fuse himself to machine and get the best outcomes. All right?
Thank you so much, Larry. You know, Mr. Dewale said something. He said, you must know. That is the fundamentals of law. It is necessary. Any smart or brilliant lawyer knows exactly what the fundamentals of law is. But what does it differentiates you when you're able to apply it properly to situations, to context. Now, using AI, at the end of the day, you give the prompt. So you cannot, what you don't know, you cannot put it into a machine and it will give you results. So it depends on what you know. There are days I'm doing research and I'm across the board, Gemini, ChatGPT, Claude, you know, to get what I want. And until I could spend a day until I get the prompt that speaks to the context that I desire. And I will not let go. So, you see this tech, we just started, we've not even scratched the surface in Nigeria. Because in China, I heard they're going beyond 7G. Whereas we are scratching 2G here. Well done. Okay, my next question goes to Dolapo. From your growing interest in AI, what should the future lawyer know about AI? What mindset and resources should lawyers embrace in learning about AI?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay, thank you so much for that question. So, I think that this has been addressed, you know, in a way. And yeah, so what I'm just going to do, again, I'm just going to throw a bit of practical, real life experience as I live them, right? So currently, my team is on a call with a platform that we intend to start using. It's called Juro. How many of us have heard of Juro? That's very bad because those guys, they are not just coming for us; they are here already. So the other day they had a what do you call that thing? A demo. Yeah, that's what. Thank you. They had a demo at an event that they organized in South London, and I was fortunate to just be around, and my friend said let's go, and we went there. There were about, I think, 40 or 50 companies thereabouts, mostly head of legals, chief legals, officers, and all of that. And there was when a demo finishes, and there was no excitement. It was just heavy faces, right? Everybody was just sober, and you just start thinking about, so what exactly did I spend all these years in school together with the strike and all those things, only to finish, and then there is a Juro that essentially, now this is real life, essentially does 70 or 80% of the things that an entry-level lawyer would do. Now, this was recent. I think this was last month, late last month. Before then, I have been one of those guys who believe that, because I am a bit fortunate to be in some of the rooms where some of these tools are being built, and you see what it is doing. There's an AI that essentially automates the entire quality assurance work, QA engineer, what they do. There is an AI, there is Corso. I don't know if you've heard of Corso AI, Windsoft, Copilot. These guys do, again, they're still at the nascent stages, but they show you the promises of what will happen in the engineering field. And then you know that before now, there's been a lot of tools here and there, before the growth of AI as we have it, that we're already doing some of the things that commercial lawyers do, like generating NDAs, like even doing terms of use, privacy policies and notices and all of that. But there is this tool, Juro, J-U-R-O, you can Google it. There's this tool that goes beyond this and has automated substantially the work of an in-house lawyer. Now the interesting thing is this, on my team, the team that I had, we are going to hire 3 people, 2 senior, 1 junior this year. Guess what? We scrapped those positions because of AI. Because we realized that with the people that we have, we can do a lot more if we optimize with the use of artificial intelligence. Now, I said that to say that when they say AI will not take your jobs, sometimes we confuse that to mean that AI will come and replace you where you are currently working. Sometimes it means that you won't get the job that you're aspiring to get. That's just what it means. Because 2 people who would have come in-house to come and make, good money, right, may not be able to get that. And it is not just at my own company. I know of 3 or 4 other places where they are doing the same thing. The interesting thing is that law firms will eventually catch up. Eventually. They will, because it makes a lot more resources on a revenue, on a cost basis. It makes a lot more sense to have an AI that can do the work of 3 people, and then you have a senior associate that reviews the output, and then you can get the work to the client in 2 days, something that would have taken you 2 weeks. It just makes a lot more sense. So I hope I'm not taking the job of some NYC associates from G Alliance. But it is what it is. So how do you think about this world that is not in the future, is already here? And by the way, it's also less expensive. It's just about $14,000-$15,000 per year. Right? By the time you take the cost, the emotional, psychological, work-life benefits cost of hiring 2 NYC associates, maybe at the end of the day, it might just make sense. So how do you position yourself, or how do you imagine or function effectively in this world where there's an artificial intelligence that is threatening you, especially if you are just starting out? I think that is where the more difficult thing lies, because at the end of the day, at least for now, what these tools can do is mostly entry level up to maybe junior mid-level, right? Because at the more senior level, it's less about the contract, it's more about strategy, decision making, and all of that. And maybe for now, you can't outsource that. So what do you do? I think it's very simple, and he has said it, and a lot of people have said it as well. It is that you need to master the use of these tools. Now, I wrote a piece recently on LinkedIn where I queried what I just said. And it is that, how do I get $14,000 as somebody who is earning 300,000 naira to go and test Juro? Because you can't test what you can't afford. That's the problem, right? So here is what I think, here's what I advise people, to do, and what I advise myself as well. So sometimes being acquainted with these tools and the capabilities of these tools is an edge that you have. So for example, if I were to hire you and I ask you, what AI tool are you familiar with? Or do you think we can use to optimize our processes internally? And then you tell me ChatGPT. Don't worry. Don't expect email from HR. Because ChatGPT is at the base. That's not even a legal AI tool, if you understand what I'm saying. I want to hear things like Concord, like Juro, like Harvey AI, like all these tools that can that are optimized for legal services. That is 1. 2, you also want to understand, maybe it would also be advisable to understand responsible use of AI, right? Because at the end of the day, the mistake that people, or what I see as some of the mistakes that people also make, is people don't really know how to use AI. I'll give you an example. I'll pseudonymize the name of the company. I was doing a research recently, and I put a prompt. Okay, it wasn't me actually, it was one of my teammates who shared it. She was doing a research, and she put a prompt in ChatGPT and said, can you come up with this document? And then the document comes back with the name of a leading fintech company in Nigeria, their name, their address, the names of their shareholders, and all of that. What that simply means is that somebody has been feeding the company's documents into ChatGPT and hasn't turned off the setting where you say, don't train your model with my data. That's something very important that we need to know. So you need to understand all of those things, right? I would have said prompting, but even today, you can use AI to prompt better than yourself, right? But I think generally, how I would, just to sum it up, what I would advise that you know how to do is, first of all, be familiar with the tools that are vying for your position. The tools that you guys are going to be competing very soon. Understand them, understand their strengths. Obviously, you also want to know what tool, forget Juro now, it might be ChatGPT, it might be a freemium model of one of these AI tools that you can use to optimize your own work. So there are a lot of products online that I know. There was one then, I think it was Law Insider or something that I was introduced to early. You just put on Google and then it gives you like template clauses that you can use and then refine. Right now, what that means, when knowledge has now become democratized, is that you need to understand, I think, reasoning, but you also need to understand how to utilize those tools, manipulate those tools or the output from that thing for your own benefit. So, for example, as a junior associate, you have been asked to prepare a letter to a client, a letter of demand. You have been fortunate that there is now ChatGPT. And you've gone into ChatGPT to ask it to prepare this letter. But because you are busy responding to 20 other seniors, you just copy that thing like that and send it to Mr. Dewali. Hello, MP. This is the letter you requested. And then the man is saying, please feel free to edit or amend. Bro, how now? So, because what happens when things become easier or relatively easier is that you get carried away and you become lazy. The problem with the age that we are in is it has heightened the requirement for diligence. Because you need to be extra careful. You can't get carried away. For one, I know that you would use AI, but I don't want to see any trace that you allowed AI to do your job for you. To me, what it just shows me is that I shouldn't be paying you. I should just go and subscribe to AI. So that extra nuance that you have, that AI doesn't have, the reasoning, that extra context of the font style, sometimes AI, I think it's Garamond or Times New Roman that is the default style. And then that internally we use Arial or we use Calibri, but you still copy it like that and you still use it like that. That just shows that you are lazy, right? So I think what I'm trying to say is, yes, you use this tool, you familiarize yourself with these tools, and again, I think you also said it, AI is beyond ChatGPT. There's Claude, there's Gemini, there are a lot of tools out there. Familiarize yourselves with the ones that really are useful in your context. If you're writing a legal article, a paper where you need citations and all of that, I think Entropy is a good one, right? Perplexity AI is also a good one, because it allows you it gives you all those citation references and all of that. So familiarize yourself with these tools, understand the utilization of these tools, but don't lose the sense of efficiency that is required of you as you utilize these tools, because this will now be very important. And I think the last thing is that you also need to just be aware that the person who will take your job or who will be hired over you might not necessarily be the person who is who has 100 years experience in using the tool. Might just be somebody who recommends that tool or somebody who knows about that tool. So sometimes, now, your work includes knowing the existence of a Juro, for instance, knowing the capacities of a Juro, for instance, so that when you are asked, how can we save costs or become more efficient in our team? You are not just saying that we need to learn how to use ChatGPT. You can say, hey, you know what? There is this tool that we can use, and these are the capabilities that it can do for us, and these are the results we can get from it, and all of that. Lastly, what AI would also do is everybody now becomes, because knowledge has become democratized, so everybody becomes a process owner. Now, what that means is that you can't just, because again, okay, let me give you a real life example real quick. I was speaking to somebody recently, and it was about the termination of a contract with one of their staff. And the guy told me, and I said what the position of the Nigerian laws are, the Nigerian laws is, and the guy says, oh, don't worry, I've asked ChatGPT, and what he said is different, right? And so I said, okay, send me what ChatGPT says, and of course, the guy gives very generic response and all of that. Now, what that tells me is that my ops these days, right, includes that AI that the business people will first of all go and ask. Which means that it's not just about now I know the law and I know the law more and all of that. It's that this guy that knows I can go and ask ChatGPT, I may not have the patience to come back to me and confirm what ChatGPT has said, can go ahead and utilize that thing. So if they ask for a memo now, I need to be able to come up with a solid memo within a shorter period of time. Because even your CEO, if you work in-house, believes that, wait, we already have a tool that can do this. And this is real things that are happening in real life. So just to sum it up, I think she mentioned it as well. In my company, for example, you don't send my CEO anything longer than a page. He doesn't read it. And I realized that even I myself, I'm already used to that. If you send me any long thing, I won't look at it, right? So to sum it up, what you just need to know is know how to use these AI tools, understand the context as well, and don't lose your efficiency in the process. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oyindamola. Thank you so much, everyone. As in, we need to end this now to allow for the next session, panel session. It's been beautiful having this engaging session with everybody. Thank you so much, panelists. Lanre, Oyindamola, Mr. Dewole, Sheo, and Feyintoluwa. Thank you so much. And I hope you guys can take something home and, just work on it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone. We learned a lot from the presentation. So we'll be able to take just 3 questions, quickly. Just 3 questions, please, before the panelists take their leave. If you have questions, please. Yes, I have 1, 2. Please pass them the mic.
Please, can you come forward quickly? Please come forward quickly. Can you please put your hands together for them as they come forward quickly, please? Please keep clapping. Please don't stop. Please keep clapping till they come forward. Thank you so much, sirs.
Thank you very much.
Need one more person. Okay, 2 questions.
Okay, thank you very much, the organizers of this event. My name is Reginald, and my question will be directed to one of the panelists, Mr. Fidelis Adewole, and it was in reference to a comment you made during the first question section at this panel discussion. So, sir, you made reference to the fact that as lawyers, we're not just providing, we're not just solving the tax, but we are providing solutions to the client's problem. So I would love to know, how do we balance this issue of meeting up with tax as maybe associate or junior lawyers and law firms and actually understanding the needs of clients? Because we notice the trajectory in most law firms that the link between the young lawyers and the clients is a bit wide, so it's more like the partners making the relationship with these clients. So as young associate, NYC categories and maybe a few years at the bar, the goal is just to solve the tax. So please, maybe the senior associate that's reviewing the tax and not really understanding what the clients may need, but just straight up solving the tax and meeting up with deadlines. So how do we create this balance with knowing what the client actually needs and then, looking out for meeting up the deadlines in with relation to the tax? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Regina, for that question. One thing that you need to understand as a lawyer is that when a client comes to you for a particular challenge or a problem, you know there's money involved. Money involved. It's not just there to solve a legal problem. It's just not just asking you, what does the law say about this? No. There's a reason why he's asking. If it's not costing him anything, he won't come to you. He will not even pay you the millions or dollars he's asking. So there's money in question for him. So there's a business need that he needs to solve. So that question is for you to ask yourself as a young associate to say, somebody said it, put yourself in the shoes of the client. What do you expect from your lawyer? What do you expect the lawyer to tell you? You understand? Then that will guide you in determining what that business needs as opposed to legal problems, because they will come in the posture of legal problems. What does the law say about this? But I'm not just asking you what does the law say. There's a reason why I'm asking that question, whether I want to set up a manufacturing company at a very minimal cost. You understand? That may be my requirement at that point in time, is for you to be able to know that. Then internally, there is need for you to have, it depends on the law firm. In my own law firm, we work in teams. So hardly you can have one lawyer or two lawyers working a particular task. So you have a team whereby you have your meeting where the problem will be discussed and analyzed and be able to get to the rudiments of what the client needs as opposed to solving the legal problems. So at that stage, you can ask your supervisor or your supervising partner what the issues are, not just solving the legal problems. Yes, as Dollar Question and everybody has said, yes, they are not interested in reading your legal analysis. You understand? They are just interested in what do I need to do in this case? I need your guidance on this. And that is what they are looking at. So at that point in time, you can discuss it and say, okay, this is what the client needs. Then you provide the answers to them. Then you can now do your reasons, your analysis, why you think you want to go to A, you are providing A response rather than to B response.
Thank you very much, sir. Let's have the second person, please.
Mic check.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate all the panelists, and I am grateful for the opportunity to be in this conference. So my question goes to Sheol. Ma, while answering your first, or speaking on your first topic, you talked about, in relation to burnout and work overload. Yes, you talked about the reason for which we do a particular task and trying not to please people in our work. But I understand that there are times that it is necessary. It is, sometimes we can't help the giddy feeling that comes with getting accolades or getting appreciation from people. And besides, I feel like there are other times that it is necessary to do some eye service, to try to please people. For instance, you are a new associate or a trainee associate in a firm. You have to please your boss. You have to do well. So my question is, what exactly is the balance? Because I also do graphic designing, and sometimes it is, although I'm not working for this accolade, so I deliver the best. But it just makes sense when people appreciate me. So my question is, what is the balance? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That's a good question. So it's nice to get recognized. There's a sound. It's nice to get. Okay, it's nice to get recognized. It's nice to be appreciated for good work. I'm not saying you shouldn't enjoy appreciation. I like being appreciated. I'm glad I've gotten recognized in various places. But at the core of you and why, and your why for what you're doing, don't let it be because you want this person to appreciate you. Don't let it be because I want to make this person happy. It's a gentle balance. But if you know your purpose, okay, I'm here because I want to be an SAN in the future. I want to be recognized as a top lawyer globally. When you're doing good work, it's an indication to you that you're on the right track, right? My boss telling me, well done, well done, well done. It's an indication, but it's, for me, it's also, I'm on the right track, I'm on the right track, I'm moving forward, right? Feel good, but don't make that about everything, because one day, your boss might be having a bad day. It might not be that you made a mistake. Your boss might just tell you off. Okay? People make mistakes. Leaders make mistakes. What would that do to that person? I don't know if that helps. It's good to be appreciated, but appreciate yourself. There are times when you say to yourself, in fact, Have you had experiences where you did good work, but you're working with someone who doesn't have the culture of appreciating? They just say, and they drop it. But when you do bad work, the words are plenty. Have you met those kind of people? What do you do in that instance? Can you self-regulate? Unless you just be down regularly in that work environment. Question for yourself, am I growing here? Am I learning? Am I becoming? If I am, I should be there. My boss might not always have the right attitude, might not always be appreciate me, but am I growing? Am I doing good work? Appreciate yourself, please. Love yourself. Okay? Thank you.
Good afternoon. So mine is more of a comment than a question. I'm aware that the last question around AI must have left some people a little afraid or scared or worried. So I feel like one of the answers to that is, rather than being afraid, you could join communities. Because I know that when you're in the community where you're all discussing the same things, it helps you understand the question. And I know that the one thing about tech and AI in law is this information is scattered everywhere. So you can be able to join communities where you can find information on Harvey, for example, like he mentioned. And we have some of those in Nigeria here. Like, we have communities tailored specifically to legal tech and AI in law. You can be able to join those. That way you can get this information in one place. That way you stay more informed. That way you can also, go and work along with AI and, do better in your career. So that's just it. And thank you, obviously, to the panel and as well to the convener.
Please join Strictly Law Business Community. Please join us, okay? Because we're also tech enthusiasts as well, right? SLB members now, represent. So join us. That's the community talking about, so join us. Okay, Titi, over to you.
Thank you very much to everyone. Please let's put our hands together for everyone here. We had a wonderful session. Thank you so much. So please, you hold on here while BA and the planning committee joins you here for a quick photo session and presentation of gifts. Thank you.
I'm sure you would agree with me that this was a very wonderful panel session. I was outside taking care of some things, and then the chairperson came to call me to say, they're giving us basbos inside, though, that there's one basamcha that is giving us basbos inside. And I had to run quickly inside to also, learn from it. And it's been a very, very interesting conversation. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you for this very rich and robust conversation. And I want to also say thank you personally, because I know I have personal relationships, long-standing relationships. So let me just say something. When I was thinking of this panel session and who to bring on board, one of the things that we do, for our conferences is that we are very intentional about the people we bring on board. And I don't allow anyone influence my thinking or. And I was just thinking that who is that person that I know that exudes or embodies that, strong work ethic. And I remember when I was in law school, during my law school attachment, that was when I met Mr. Adewale, because I did my chamber attachment at JLIAS. And Mr. Adewale was living far away, like Abule Egba. I remember that time. But Mr. Adewale will be the first person to get to the office, and he will be the last person to leave the office. And me, I'll be like, let's go now, because he will drop me. Let us go. But he was always the first and the last to leave the office. So it's no brainer that is the managing partner. So there is a sacrifice. There are things we need to pay. There is a sacrifice we need to pay. Oh, I'm tired, I cannot work, but I want to work in Alukano body. Are you able to go to work on Sunday? When you're supposed to be in the church, or on Friday when you're supposed to be at mosque, would you be willing to stay the course and then say, I want to stay back and do the work because you must get paid. The client's work must be done. And when I was in Etisalat, Sheo was my manager. And see, Sheo does not, I can say, as in she spares those prisoners. You must do the work. You must do the work, because there's no other way. You must do the work. And a lot of people had fear that, Shio is, a sweet baby girl, but she's not going to step out to start law firm. But we can all see what Pace Stone Legal is today. It is because of that work, strong work ethic is very, very important. And when it also comes to, solving clients' problem, I learned a lot from her then, and we all see the fruits now, right? This is my Aburu. And I'm so happy that Dolapo is on this panel because in 2020, he was a co-moderator, he was a co-compare for our conference. But if you follow him on LinkedIn, you see all the great works he's doing. And I'm building an Edtech now, and Dolapo is the one helping me to build the Edtech. So your girl is becoming a tech. So it's just there's just so much that we can talk about, but it's not just about talking. What are you going to leave here with? What are you going to do differently going forward? What are you going to do differently going forward? How are you going to translate or implement or apply all of the lessons that we have, all the conversations, because it's talk is very cheap, but action, what are we going to do? And that's one of the things that I'm very, very excited about our community members. We always talk, but at the same time, we take action. And one of the things that excites me the most is the collaboration between Toyin Asada and Uchenna Akingbade. We started talking about thinking partnership long term in the community. I think as far back as 2022, 2023. And then they just told me one day that we are coming together, we are collaborating. But in 1 year, we have seen what their collaboration has done, right? So we have to think long term, not just what I want to eat for today or what I want to consume, but how can I even contribute my own part in making this our legal ecosystem bigger? So that when I'm saying I'm charging 1 million for this brief, there's no other lawyer saying bring 100K, I will do it for you. Because we are also undercutting ourselves, and we are responsible for most of the challenges we have in the legal in our ecosystem. But the only way that you can rise above that is when you have learned a lot. You learn. There's a place for learning, and then there's the place for earning. When you learn and you know so much, it builds your confidence, and you can walk away from some transactions that does not serve you. Right, and decide that this is what I am worth, this is what I would do. I told somebody that I made a certain threshold, in a certain practice area in terms of fees. And I told myself that the moment I got this person, a client, to pay this threshold, I'm scaling to the next threshold. I'm not longer at that level. So we have to, it's a gradual journey, but then there's the room, there's, that work that we need to really do. And, another interesting person is Fenitoluwa. I just started observing her lately, and I know that there's a whole lot that she goes through, especially with the type of firm she works with. But you could see that intentionality in how she's, building a personal brand, telling us career story and all of that. And if you are looking for all the opportunities, what are you doing personally? How many people, if you Google yourself today, what is going to come out? How many people know you? Do you have a digital footprint? And you say AI should not replace you. Am I replaced? Yeah. So we have to be very, very intentional. And that was why I brought my brother Basamta. That's, okay, he's the AI guy. Come and help us. And he has given us gbasgbos today. But I want us to look beyond the gbasgbos and say, what are we doing with it? With this information, what are we going to do? If the Yorubas say, do and one consciously. So if it's painful to you, go and rethink, and what can you do differently and what can you do better? And I really want to appreciate our moderator. I mean, she really did a fantastic job. All these questions, she put them together. And I love the way she moderated the session. Thank you very much. So thank you very much to our wonderful panelists. We are really grateful and excited that you took the time to honor our invitation. Thank you very much. God bless you. Please, can we have the gifts? Please, it's a very small gift. We'll just employ you to help us manage it. Thank you.
Sorry, I was just wondering if I should say, please, my apologies.
No! If we don't talk to ourselves, we need outsiders to come and talk to us, and that was why we brought you here. So we like that you gave us the gbasgbos so that we'll go back and think. Thank you.
let's once again put our hands together for our panelists and our amiable moderator. Please make it loud, make it more robust. He's coming back here. Yes, we can take pictures, please. Thank you. Are we having fun so far? Yes. Are we having fun so far? Yes. By the way, we're going to have a proper remix of our never no turning back Wealthy Lawyers edition. Are you ready? Yes. We have a no turning back Wealthy Lawyers edition. So if you are running, you are wrong. Today is a public holiday, so please stay back. Because that's your new national anthem now, as lawyers, so that I don't get sued. Okay. Once again, please put your hands together for our amiable convener. Isn't she looking very lovely? By the way, today is her birthday. So ladies and gentlemen, before you go outside, you will drop offering for birthday. Amen? All right. Please, okay. Please join. I said it before and I'm going to say it again. Strictly Law Business Community is the community to be. By the way, somebody came all the way from Port Harcourt to attend this conference and she's a member of the community. So we that we're in Lagos, what are we really doing? So please join us, because now we are thinking future, we are thinking AI, and if you want to be a part of us, you can speak to my Madam Chairman, Chairperson, Chair Madam, or any of the members of the team. But please, she's your go-to person. Speak to her and she'll probably integrate you into our community. Once again, please put your hands together for yourselves. So without further ado, we're going to move quickly to introduce the next panel session. Okay, just before we have our second panel session, I would like to ask us a few questions, if you don't mind. Madam Secretary Ma, why did you take away my gift? Thank you. Let me to give me. It's part of it. Yes, thank you very much. So I'm going to go around very quickly. Now, these are my rules. If you look away, I'll come to you. If you're on your phone, I'm going to come to you. If you look like you want to be very serious, I'll come to you. If you're looking funny, I'll come to you. So the goal is don't avoid me. Do you understand? You avoid me, I come to you. You look down, I come to you. You press phone, I come to you. So either ways, I'm taking all prisoners. Are we good? Are we good? So ma'am, what's your name and what do you do?
My name is Elizabeth Haule.
Okay, all right. So what have you learned so far?
Okay, I learned from Mrs. Folashade Ali that a future lawyer, which is now, we are now the future lawyer, is an innovative lawyer. A future lawyer solves problems. And despite the fact that AI is here, a future lawyer is still more than AI, because you are human, so you have reasoning and you can apply context to any problem.
Thank you very much for that. We're told to give this to you. Just pick one of them. Thank you. So in case you need to make extra notes while you're making your research, that will work. So ma'am, that conversation that you are having, we need it in this conference. Do you understand? So ma, are you a new wig? Are you? Just is a question. Just a curious question. So how long have you been practicing?
Over 10 years.
What do you say?
Over 10 years.
Over 10 years. So what are you going to do differently from the information that you now have?
One very interesting thing that stood out in that conversation was around the fact that we are not just giving out knowledge, we are now helping to reason. So I think for me, it's going to be a critical step in my practice to ensure that reasoning is the major selling point, in how I'm able to communicate with my clients and make them see that beyond just the knowledge, we can help you make informed decisions because of our experience and because we can reason, basically.
Fantastic. Please put your hands together for her, please. Ma'am, please, what's your name? Aduware. Nice to meet you. All right, sir, you're looking very fine and dapper. In case somebody told you this is your fine boy color, so anytime you want to be like, do fine boy, wear this color, it will catch everybody. Do you understand? So, sir, what's your name and how long have you been practicing?
Okay, my name is Ajinde St. Michael. St. Michael, yes, and I've been practicing for 9 years. Okay, for me, what stands out for me is I need to be able to wear the businessman cap. So when I'm giving my opinion, it's not just saying what the law says. It's not just bringing out what the law is saying, but what's the direct way for them to action right now. So I may still give my analysis, but first off, there should be an executive point out like, this is what you should do right now, and this is why I'm saying you should do this. Thank you.
Please, can we put our hands together for Ajinde, please? Please make him more robust. Thank you so much. So, sir, good afternoon. Please, what's your name and how long have you been practicing?
My name is Mubarak Edbemi. Been practicing for about 15 years.
What are you going to overhaul in your entire practice at this point?
Well, I think it's just reinforcing what I already know.
Okay.
Obviously, I think, as the panelists have said, I think the most important for me, well, all of them spoke well, but I think the most important were the practical guys. They mentioned things around the fact that our jobs are on the line. And I think it's in that aspect that I believe that there's more to do for lawyers. Obviously embracing the challenge and using it to your advantage is, I think, the part that is very key for me.
Thank you. Please put your hands together for him, please. Mr. G, I did not get a whole dapper man. No, why would I do that? Over to you, sir. So there's a particular gentleman that I've been looking at him from the beginning of this comment. I'm like, apologies, sir. I want to please make a way for me in this plenty wilderness. Thank you. Thank you, sir. So, sir, I'm here. I'm right beside you, sir. So, okay, all right, sir. I need to switch to my comm side at this point because before they catch me. So, sir, what's your name and how long have you been practicing? Yeah, sir, I'm not a comedian. I'm just trying. Thank you for laughing at my wit.
Okay, I'm going to answer your question directly. I'm Ayo Bashor, right? I've been practicing in court for 18 years. What will I do differently? Pertaining what has been going on here, I think, first of all, I really enjoy the panel session, and I think it has given me a new dimension of looking at how innovation can affect the legal profession. And I think not just the legal profession, what I would like to see different is a collaboration between legal professionals and law enforcement agencies. I think that's what we need mostly in a country like Nigeria, especially in these evolving times. I think maybe that's something that this conference can look into going forward.
Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for Mr. Ayo, please. All right. Okay, so I know that things have been very serious earlier on, but I'm about to switch things a little bit more. Okay, so I know that a lot of us, we actually have really fun childhood, right? So let's switch it up a bit. How many of us like to sing? How many of us like to sing? The auntie in this car, why are you looking at me like that? I'll start with you. You don't sing, but you listen to adverts when you were growing up, Abi. Your favorite adverts when you were growing up? Advert. Did you have any? You should. Don't you tell us now? Your favorite adverts when you were growing up?
It
It had to be this Indomie advert where they were saying, Mama do good, oh, he do good. That's my favorite advert.
That's the only part that you know in the whole song?
Yes, I do.
Now.
That's the only part I can remember.
You want to help us, Abi, because I can see that you're like, this auntie should bring the microphone. Let's help this matter, because no, it was longer than that. Which one do you remember? Tell us.
Okay. Mama do good, oh, he do good. She give us Indomie. Indomie sweet well.
We're coming for you now. Why will you stop? Again, let's go. Let's start together. Let's go. Oh yeah, let's go.
Mama do good, oh. He give us Indomie. Indomie sweet well.
Put your hands together for her. Ma, which primary school did you go to? Because I can see the way you are just really enjoying this song. Wow. Love it for you. Sir, you have something for us? You are shy? You want to say something? No. Okay, all right, okay. So, ma'am, what's your name? What do you do? How long have you been practicing? Because we know that you are very, you are a senior on the streets. Do you understand? So, ma, take the mic.
My name is Tosi Omotosho, and I've been practicing for 16 years. I run my own law firm, Caris Legal Practice. Oh, definitely. As a law firm owner, one very key thing I learned today, I reinforced learning that key point today, is putting myself in the shoes of the client. So that any task, any assignment I have to do for any brief I have to execute for a client, I'm thinking, what exactly does the client want? So the client doesn't want long stories. So we're writing opinions, it should be short, and it should be able to, it should be so short, snackable, and they're able to take action on it. So putting myself in the shoes of the client, because ultimately we're in business to be profitable, and the profit comes from offering our services for revenue.
Let's go put our hands together for her, please. Okay, so I'm going to quickly teach us the No Turning Back Wealthy Lawyers Edition. I have approval from our convener. Sorry, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, so are we ready? We're going to sing this at the end of today, but one of the things that I also understand as an educator is if you want people to learn things easily, you have to make it fun and interesting, right? So for those of us that didn't come earlier, this is the remix, aka Wealthy Lawyers Edition of No Turning Back. Saxophone is calm down, don't worry. But they need to know lyrics first. Do you understand? So, everybody, I will sing and you sing after me. Are we ready? If you cannot sing, don't worry, just hide under my voice. It's fine. Do you understand? Okay, so I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. No turning back. That's the first part. Okay, so can we sing that together? Are we ready? 1, 2, go. I have
to be a lawyer.
Can we be louder?
I have
decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back.
No turning back.
One more time, let's go.
I have decided.
Okay. Are you sure? Make it louder. Make it louder. Okay. No turning back. No turning back. Are you ready? I can never turn back now. It's already too late to. Where are you going to? You are a savvy business lawyer. Oh. Profitable lawyer, oh. Money making lawyer, oh. Is he entering your body? Is he entering? Easy entry. Celebrate yourselves now. We have not finished though. We have not finished. Because we have the other part that says, we uphold the law. We uphold the law. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Is it moving? Is it moving? This uncle is like, how did they come about this thing? Like, how did people get here? It shock you, Abi? It shock you. That's why you have to join Strictly Law Business Community. So come and join us. We actually got permission from the original writer of this song to make our version. So we mean business as Strictly Law Business. Do you understand? So we have done our homework. Nobody will sue us. Amen. All right. So are you ready? We uphold the law. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will make the billions. We will solve the problem. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Innovate the law. Build strong work culture. Build strong work culture. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. See, it is only the lawyers that have their own version of this entire lyrics. You people should be proud. You people celebrate yourself. You should be proud. So let's start again, and then we'll go from the top, and then go to the middle, and then we end. Are we good? Are we good? I love your smile. It's so enlightening, and yes, you. I love your smile. Yes, it's very. It's like, let me just come and stand beside you and be singing this song together. Okay, are we ready? Are we ready? Let's go through this revamp, and then we go all the way to the top. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Build strong work culture. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. So let's start from the beginning. Are we ready? I have decided. Are you sure? Do you mean it? No turning back. No turning back. One more time, let's go. I have decided. Make it loud. Make it loud. Okay. To be a lawyer. No turning back. I can never turn back now. It's already too late. Where am I going to? I am a savvy business lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Yes. Savvy business lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Are you ready now? All right, we uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Build strong culture. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. So everybody will stand up, bring out your phone, record it, because we're about to storm social media. We're about to take over Twitter, Instagram, everything take overable. Are we ready? So let's stand up. You can make a video with the person sitting beside you. It's about to get late because we are the only profession in Nigeria having a no turning back anthem. You will celebrate. Celebrate grace. Celebrate grace. Celebrate grace. Are you ready? Hold, is that the instrumental only? Instrumental only. We need the instrumental only. Instrumental only. If you can get the instrumental. Because the lyrics of the original song will clash with us. So can you just reduce it a little bit so it's not just Please celebrate sound. Celebrate the sound guys now. Celebrate them. Clap for them. Clap for them. Okay, are we ready? Sound. Let's go. They said I should wait. I said we should wait. Okay. Say we should calm down. We should press. We should calm down. So let's go one more time. And hope that with that we'll buy time with the sound guys. Are we ready? Are we ready? For those of us that were outside, you people who missed we're seriously mixing and running some beats in here. Are we ready? Are we ready? Are we ready? So let's do a final run and then we'll record and then move on to our next panel session. All right, are we ready? All right, let's go from the beginning. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back. I have decided. Okay. Let's go. Okay. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Let's go, let's go. No turning back. I can never turn back, oh. It's already too late, oh. Where am I going to? I'm a savvy business lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. We uphold the law. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovates the law. Innovates the law. Builds. It's not easy to write song in this life. See what these people are going through every time. Celebrate yourselves. So let's start from uphold the law. Are we ready? Are you ready? We uphold. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Okay, son, are you ready for us, Abby? Are you ready for us? All right, are we ready? Are we ready? Get your phone out. We are about to take over social media because we're the only profession that has our own customized, no turning back anthem. World Last Edition. Are you ready? Are we 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 ready? Let me see you move your body from start to side. I have decided to be a lawyer, no turning back. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. No turning back, no turning back. I can never turn back now. It's already too late, oh. Where am I going to? I can never turn back now. I'm a service lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Service business lawyer now. No turning back. I can never turn back now. It's already too late, oh. Where am I going to? I'm a service business lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Big work so strong. To be wealthy lawyers. To be wealthy lawyers. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Build work culture. To be wealthy lawyers. till we are wealthy lawyers. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Build world culture. Till we are wealthy lawyers. Till we are wealthy lawyers. I have decided to be a. I have decided to be a. I have decided to be a. No turning back. I can never turn back now. It's already too late, oh. Where am I going to? It's already too late, oh. Profitable lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. I can never turn back now. Where am I going to? It's already too late, oh. I can never turn back now. I'm a savvy business lawyer now. Profitable lawyer now. Money making lawyer now. Savvy business lawyer now. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a lawyer. I have decided to be a. No turning back. No turning back. We uphold the law. We will make the billions. We will solve the problems. We transform the culture. Innovate the law. Innovate the law. Build world culture. Till we are wealthy lawyers. 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 Put your hands together. All right. Oh, wow. Did we have fun? Please make sure you put it on social media. Tag us at the Business of Law Conference. It's very important. How was that short cardio exercise? It was fun, Abby. Even our next panelist, she was really groovy, you know. She was really enjoying the moment. Once again, please, can we celebrate the convener of Strictly Law Business? She came up with that idea, and it's important that what you say to yourself becomes your reality. So know that it's possible for you to be a wealthy lawyer. Is it possible? Is it possible to be a billionaire lawyer? Is it possible to transform the culture as a lawyer? Is it possible? Is it possible? Celebrate yourselves. So I'd like to call on our convener to speak on a very important project that is very dear to her heart. And she did this just so that she can raise the next generation of money-making lawyers, savvy business lawyers, to ensure that they have the right education, regardless of whatever education they might have had in time past. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the visionary, delectable, amiable, energetic B.A. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. You will not collect cake. Celebrate, clap, clap, clap.
Okay, so
Okay.
we are going to do this real quick. I said earlier on that I'm becoming a Texas. So with experience we've had with Strictly Law Business over 7 years, how many of us have attended any of our trainings at Strictly Law Business? How many of you have participated in the Strictly Law Business Academy? Or how many people know that we have an academy? Okay, so there's still a lot of work for us to do. Okay, we're just getting started. But we have an academy, and the academy is strictly on the business aspects of law, right? So we are teaching you things like, legal marketing, sales strategy for law practice, how to do business development, networking, executive presence, which is one key aspect that we need as lawyers, right? And a whole lot of other things. So, but with the experience we've had, one house, please. So with the experience we've had over the years, we realized that a lot of people want to participate in our training, but maybe the timing does not work for them, or maybe there's just, just one form of excuse or anything, And so what we have decided to do now is beyond just the business of law, because over the years we've seen that, yes, we teach the business of law, people get it, but people also still need understanding with respect to practice of law, and especially since there are new practice areas emerging that were not taught in law school, at the university, but people really need to know. So things like, right to work, remote work, immigration, employment, you are employed by a foreign company, issues of taxes, issues around labor law, immigration, and all of that. So what we've decided to do now is to say, okay, we are building an Edtech platform where you can learn things around the business of law, the practice of law, and then even for business owners, they get to also learn legal for business. Does that sound interesting? Why are we quiet then? We've spent sleepless nights over the months. My account is in the red because we are building this. So I'm just going to hand over to Daniel. Daniel is our strong, man developer building. So I'm just going to hand over to him so that he can run us through the platform and what it looks like. And for some of us who are senior lawyers or built our expertise here, it's also an opportunity for you to make income. So it's sort of an income generating platform for those who have expertise to sell. So you can either be an instructor or a learner. Yes. So I'm going to hand over to Daniel to take us through it. But then there is a QR code that we are going to share. Media, please, can you help us project so that you can join the wait list? So we're still building, but we just wanted to, do a soft launch today, introduce it to us, and then when it comes out, we then send you an email so you know, and you can jump on the platform like ASAP. So over to you, Daniel.
Yeah, thank you, Sola. Yeah, so Lodemi, like she said, it's a very, it's an Edtech platform. Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah, so it's an Edtech platform, and it's really accessible and practical for lawyers and non-lawyers. Yeah, so there are two levels to it. There's a learner's bit and there's an instructor's bit, right? The instructor's bit for those who want to upload their courses, who have probably different contents around law, business that want to teach or impact, right? So there's also the learner's bit. There are a couple of courses there. I'm not a lawyer, but at least with the song that has been sung, right? Yeah, this is the platform. The song that has been sung, I'm really feeling like I should be a lawyer. So, this is the platform. There are a couple courses there. There's also a community level.
Yes, there's a community.
Yeah, where you can ask questions, meet up with senior lawyers and other practicing lawyers, right, to see how to ask questions around the courses. You can also you have a one-on-one bit with your instructor, right? So we still have this is an MVP stage. MVP is the minimum viable product. We haven't built the entire stuff. So, but I would say we are like on the 95%. So in a couple days thereabouts, we should be live. On production. So.
And we also have the section for certification. We all know that CPD is now a big issue now. And people are jumping into webinar rooms, whether you need it or not, whether it's valuable to you or not. Somebody said, let me just enter so that I will get 2 points. But we are also working to ensure that if you take courses here, you get your CPD points. So you're not just entering into a webinar or just getting into a room just because you want to get CPD. Awesome. So you are learning valuable, you are getting high quality training, and at the same time, you are also earning your CPD points. So please guys, watch out. We really want you to, please can you project the wait list so that people can scan the QR code. Yeah. Please support your girl. I've worked tirelessly for this. I'm begging. Should I kneel down? Please, when we finally launch, please support us because we feel that this is very, very important in our ecosystem. And you know that, the crux of our profession is that we have to keep learning, professional, development. We have to just keep learning, refining ourselves. And so please, I'm begging, please just join the waitlist so that once we launch, you would hear. Please join the waitlist. And Dolapo wants to say something. Okay. Absolutely.
Okay, sorry.
Mike, please use your mic very well. Yes, you will find. So we're not. So the courses. Okay.
Good afternoon. Thank you for this. I think this is a very wonderful platform. My question is for those of us lawyers who are interested in learning about AI and things like that. Would we be able to learn from here? I think that's one. Number two is that, again, for junior lawyers like us who are just starting out, we don't really have money. Are the courses affordable? Would we be able to pay, and things like that?
Okay, I think that's a very good question. Yes, there will be courses on AI. So we're not just restricting it to just, so it's going to be dynamic. Practice of law, business of law, and AI for, even in SLB Academy, we have AI and law practice courses. So there will be courses around that where you can actually train yourself, you can learn. And there would also be business of law courses. So things like networking, marketing, a whole lot of things, etiquette, executive presence. So there will be a variety of courses, on the platform that you can actually just go in there. Oh, I feel that there's a missing link. I need to fill this gap. I need to gain knowledge in this area. What course can I take? And then you come on the platform and you get a course that you can take that would fill that particular gap for you. Now, is it going to be affordable? I really can't promise that it's going to be continually affordable. I mean, we're talking about building profitable law practice. So we are wealthy lawyers. So the issue of, okay, money should not even be, a conversation, because when you begin to think in terms of, oh, it's going to be expensive, you are retraining your mind that, okay, I won't have money to pay for it. But when you think in terms of, yes, even if it's expensive, I will be able to pay for it. Then before you know it, you get a brief, you get something, you are just able to pay for courses, right? And that's been my own experience. I've taken several courses that are, the first time I paid 1 million naira for just 6 hours coaching in my life. Virtue left me. Virtue left me. But I can tell you that before I even met that coach and to have a conversation, my mindset already changed. Because I started thinking that if I'm going to pay, I'm paying a human being like me 1 million for 6 hours. Okay, it's even small. Oh, exactly. 2 hours, 500 pounds. So what are we talking about? So, but then I had to then start thinking that if I want to, how did this person become this kind of person? So how can I also become that kind of person that people will pay such heavy amount to, learn from? So what I'm trying to say is that let us forget about the issue of affordability. We'll try as much as possible to make it affordable. But again, don't think in terms of affordability. Think in terms of value. What value would I get from it? And how will it transform me and my law practice such that I am able to also increase my earning power? So guys, please, have you scanned the QR code? Have we joined the wait list? Please, we'll be checking now. Daniel, where are you? So please be checking so that we know. If you have not put down your name for the wait list, you are not living here. Please, but please talk about it, tell your friends, and please share about it right now on your social media and tag Lord Emi. Lord Emi is on LinkedIn. So just say something about Lord Emi and tag us, and we'll definitely, repost and also follow you back. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you for your time. I'm grateful.
Can we please put our hands together for our convener? Isn't she phenomenal?
Thank you so much, Mom.
And I see that this app will go beyond this city. It's going to go into almost all 36 states in our nation. Once again, can we please celebrate our convener, please? Celebrate her. It takes someone with love, a big heart, passion to ensure that other people are gaining. All right? So we're going to move on quickly to... Oh, okay. So if you still need to scan the QR code, please do that quickly. All right. Moving on quickly to our next panel session. Are we ready? Are we ready for our next panel session, please? Okay, so this woman is a powerhouse litigator, arbitration expert, and empowerment. She's a dynamic speaker, mentor, and leader, and she's redefining excellence in law. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. And as I celebrate and break up on stage, Mrs. Onyikonsola Badejo Okonsoya. Celebrate, celebrate. Be delectable, beautiful, excellent. Celebrate. Make him more robust. And I dare say that she's a picture of possibility for women. Because for those of us that were like, we are worried, oh, if I marry, if I do not marry, and I'm glad that when that conversation came up, she was able to speak to it. So if you're wondering, what if I have children? No, but look at her, she's a little bit. But she has done it and you can do it. So once again, please celebrate. You're welcome, ma'am. You look very lovely. Natural beauty from the... please celebrate. Okay. So we have... He is the managing partner at Aidan Partners, Mr. Kunle Ajagbe. Is he in the room? Please celebrate. He's been with us at the earlier hours of this conference. Thank you, sir. Thank you for standing with us and for your support. It's very massive. We celebrate. Please, once again, please celebrate Mr. Kunle Ajagbe. Thank you. And of course, we have, he's the chairman of National Bar Association, or Nigerian Bar Association. He is Mr. Olabisi Makonjola. Please celebrate as he comes forward. Celebrate now. He's our chairman. No. Raise them, raise them, raise them, raise them, raise them for the chairman. Sir, you are very, very, very appreciated. Thank you. And to moderate this session, ladies and gentlemen, you've seen her all through today, but you see her yet again. Please, where's BA? Apologies. Apologies. The visionary, the powerful, the energetic, delectable, one-woman army. Ladies and gentlemen, Olubusola, Ajala. Celebrate, celebrate, celebrate. And today is also her birthday. Can we quickly say happy birthday, Olubusola? Olubusola, over to you. Let's focus on the panel session. We'll look at cake later. Once again, please celebrate our panelists and our moderator.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. The energy in the room is low.
It should not
What's
drop.
happening?
Raise them, raise them, raise them, raise them.
Okay. Is your mic working? Okay, so this panel session is titled The Business of Law, right? So, and I need to make some, by the way, everybody, by the way, please, can we, I would like to respectfully and beautifully acknowledge the presence of the second Vice President, MBA National, Mrs. Bola Tumi Anima Shao. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you very much, ma. Thank you for your support. We appreciate your presence. Eshema. Okay, so this panel session is on the business of law. And frankly speaking, I wanted to have just a heart-to-heart chat with Mrs. B, like we fondly call her. Because when I see people who are stakeholders and decision makers, I like to speak with them because this work of business of law, it's not something easy. And if we're thinking of, reshaping our ecosystem and ensuring that lawyers, we get called to bar, lawyers get called to bar, but they do not exit, law practice. They don't leave the legal community and say, there's no money, I'm going elsewhere. We need to start having very, very important conversations, and we need to be very, very strategic and intentional about it. And which is also one of the reasons behind the business of law documentary that we are doing. Because for me, the goal of all of these things we are doing, Strictly Law Business, Business of Law Conference, and everything, is to ensure that we empower ourselves. Like you look at the banking industry, Soludo came and did a lot of interesting things and transformed the banking sector. But what are we doing within our own community to ensure that it's transformed? And that, this story of the law, but there's no money in the pocket, you can't even, it has to change, it has to change. So what can we do, and how can we have stakeholders in the room have this conversation? But then I also saw some two powerful men, and I just tried to hijack them to say, come and join us in this conversation. And Mr. Chairman is saying that this is set up. Oh, I said you are capable, Abi, so you can do it. So this conversation is primarily about business of law and what can we do, especially with respect to, maybe amending or reviewing some of our policies, and then also in terms of, a review of our legal education curriculum. But the first question I would like to ask us, and I really want to thank you, Mrs. B, for this honor and, just agreeing to be on this panel and be part of our conference. And you came in very early, and we are still here till now. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'd like to say that we should look out for Mrs. B. I won't say more than that. So, I want to ask us, and this question is to everyone, do you really think or believe that law is a business? I know that we understand or agree that, there's law practice, but do we really think or believe that law is a business? Because I think if we don't have that, if we don't believe it, then it may be very difficult, for us to be, this exercise may just be, what are you talking about, business of law? This is not a business. We're just, we're supposed to be ministers in the temple of justice, and that's all there is to it. But do you really believe that law practice or the law is a business? I'd like to start with you, Mrs. B.
Thank you very much, Olubusola, and thank you everyone for being here till now. It's a public holiday, I know, but we all know what we do with our public holidays, and it's certainly not sitting down in a room listening to people talk, except you have an intentionality about you. I love that word, intentional. So thank you for being intentional. Thank you for being here. Do I really believe that law is a business? In fact, I think the question to ask is, do I believe that law is not a business? Because I think these days we all understand, I'm not sure that anybody's in any doubt anymore, that law practice is business because it's a means of livelihood and we have to make a living from it. If we're going to make a living from it, then it has to be run according to the principles that entrepreneurs and profitable entities deploy. The notion that the law, the nobility of the law, and business savvy, making money from law practice, are mutually exclusive is outdated, completely outdated. As a matter of fact, I'm not even sure it was ever in fashion because we've always known successful lawyers. And they were not successful because they were not intentional about the way they went about making profit from the law. Back in the day, the more successful you got on account of the reputation that you had established, you could just pick a figure out of the sky, depending on what side of bed you woke up on, and decide this is what I'm charging. It didn't have anything to do with what I need, what I need to put back into the business, and so on and so forth. It was just, okay, this is what I feel like charging, I charge. It worked for some, didn't work for others. I think law is a business. I think we all recognize that law is a business. I think the major problem, and it stems from the topic that you've chosen, is how to marry the norms, cultures, customs, strictures that the law imposes with going out there and making money the way we understand it in a modern day entrepreneurial setting. I think I'll stop there for now so that I give Mr. Jagwe and Mr. Chair a chance to weigh in as well.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Yes, you can clap for me.
Yes, please. Yes, please. If you want to clap, clap very well, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'll start this way by giving a short answer, and then I'll try and elaborate. Yes, law is a business. So that's the short answer to you. But I think that on reflection, what perhaps may have prompted that question in the first place, which flowing from what Mrs. B said, shouldn't really be a point we can argue about, is what I see as the slowness of our profession to adopt and embrace that realization. What I mean by this is that from the law school, where all of us were baked, as it were, some years ago, maybe some decades ago, the impression lawyers were given was that all you needed to do was to get called, and the next day you open an office and clients will troop into your office. Now, we may find this incredible to believe, but that was the impression that was given. In other words, lawyers historically in Nigeria were not trained to think like entrepreneurs. We solved the problems of entrepreneurs quite all right, but we were not trained. So we didn't have that orientation. And it's not different from the orientation that doctors were historically trained with. You were not trained to think like a businessman. So what has changed? Well, the world has changed. I think that's a very simple way of putting it. The world has changed. Client preferences have changed. Technology has changed. So it's impossible for lawyers to stand outside that ecosystem of change that is all around us. Now, if you think this is all heady stuff, for most law firms, and perhaps for most lawyers now, it is inconceivable that you will not have basic keyboard skills. It's inconceivable. It wasn't always the case. So let's not assume that because it seems to be the currency at the moment, it has always been so. So a combination of factors have led us to where we are now. So perhaps a bigger question we could also look at is how well trained, how well adapted are lawyers in a position to even spot the opportunities that comes with running law as a business. I'm trying not to sound boring or too serious, so please don't think that it's very academic stuff. It's practical reality. There are many questions, there are many answers, and behind all of it, there lies opportunities, and as some panelists have also said, there lies some threats as well. So it's all a feature of how well positioned are you to take advantage of the fact that this legal practice that we are all involved in is a business, and it's open for everybody who is willing and daring to take advantage of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Over to you, Chairman.
Okay, so let me begin by saying that it's a huge privilege to share this stage, particularly with Mrs. B. About 2 weeks ago, Lagos branch made history by electing the first ever female chairman.
Yes, yes.
She's in the room. And so watch out for females. I mean, as you said, watch out for Mrs. B. So I know that just as, Lagos branch was bold enough to give Mrs. B a chance, to give Uchenna a chance, I do believe that other lawyers, who are in the room and who are not here, to be bold enough to, give other women a chance to lead.
Absolutely.
So let me start from there. But I think to your question, I don't think anybody here would disagree with you. And I think we saw that during COVID. Most law firms that didn't see law as a business died during COVID. Prior to COVID, I remember that when you filed, for those people who do litigation, when you filed an application for virtual hearing, defendants would oppose it, saying that there were no facilities to cater for virtual hearing. COVID came, and some of us who were not treating law as a business, who just treated law as a pastime, couldn't cope, and they went into, extinction. So of course, law is a business, and beyond that, I'd like to paint a more graphic picture. See law practice as an elephant, and imagine when you position 4 blind men, and you put them before an elephant, and you put them at different parts of the elephant, and you tell them to describe what they could touch. Of course, each of those blind men would, the man who would touch the tusk would describe the elephant as some, solid object. The man who would touch the tail would say, oh, it seems to be a very large snake. But the man who would touch the feet would say, this looks like a very big animal. So it depends on where you find yourself. And I know that the majority of those in the room may be aspiring lawyers, but it's at times like this that we should begin to create that mentality, that orientation, to be deliberate, to see law as a business. Some of our colleagues, even till today, do not see law as a business. They mix up their personal funds with the office funds. And you can conduct a survey today. Most law firms do it. You know, most law firms don't even have a formula for charging. They just pluck figures in the air without even asking themselves, what will it cost me to deliver on this assignment? So then ask yourself whether, at the end of the day, you make profit. Most law firms just pay their colleagues, pluck a figure from there and pay the colleague without asking themselves, how will these monies come? Do you draw up a budget in December for your spendings for the year that's coming? So it is those law firms, and the difference is that we can see it. So we all want to work at ALP, want to work for Mr. Jabi, want to work for Laniwa Ajayi, but some people were deliberate in seeing law as a business, while some just saw law as a pastime. And that's what you find today. So, I mean, nobody would say and tell you that law is not a business. If you hold that view, then probably you are in the medieval times. So, yes, let's see law as a business, and let us, do those things that businessmen do. And let's stop, just acting impulsively. And let's see ourselves more as professionals and not as... we're not NURTW, we're lawyers. I'll end it at that.
Thank you very much. Please, if you want to clap, clap. Okay, so I needed to ask that question, not because I'm not confident that they see law as a business, but because I am going somewhere. Now that we all agree that law is a business and that we need to start carrying on our practice that way, why is the ecosystem, and like you said, that some people are not, carrying on their practice that way, they're just doing it as it comes, mixing, some people are even mixing clients' money with, their own personal funds and all of that. I think recently a lawyer was maybe suspended by the LPDC, for maybe misappropriation, I can't remember. So my question now is, what can we begin to do? Because the way, and maybe that's the passion that is driving, SLB, not just the passion, but that's drive to see that it's a collective, it's a common purse, right? So I know that there's some people who are, like the Olaniwa Jais and all of that, they are having it really good, right? But how can it be, am I sure? Okay. We have the statistics, but how can we ensure that it's not just one, maybe the top law firms, the abouts of this world, but how can we also see that, it also cascades to every member, right? Of course, Bible says the poor you always have amongst you, right? We can't take away that fact. But again, what can we do to ensure that at least, majority of us are prospering? Because so what can we do in terms of, decisions we can take, mindsets that can also be inculcated? Because one of the big issues for me is the fact that, yes, the RPC has been reviewed, but that mindset of that old RPC is still, some people are still locked in that mindset. They can't get out of it. And so when they see some people, sharing content on social media, just trying to talk, educate, the people, and then that's where you're able to, attract clients to yourself. Even some senior lawyers and even younger lawyers will say, that's against RPC. So what can we do to re-engineer our mindset? And then what policies or regulations can we put in place?
For me, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much. So, Busola has asked so many questions in one.
I'm sorry.
And I have so many answers in my head. So you're going to give me, just allow me, if I'm rambling, just try and pick out the things I say. So the first, I'm going to start from one of your last comments. The poor shall always be amongst us. It's too late. You're a lawyer now.
Okay.
It's too late. Too late. Yes, you can clap because it's a big deal. You know, when I think it was Toyin that was talking earlier on, or the other moderator, she said, you went through law school, she forgot to mention, and you passed that terrible exam. I will never stop talking about that terrible exam. Any exam that needs an ambulance parked beside the exam hall, the examiner herself knows it's a terrible exam. And you all passed it. Some of you are about to go into it. And you know what? If you have any sense of trepidation, just look around you. The people sitting next to you passed it. We're all here. And once you passed it, once you got called to the bar, once you heard, put on your wig, it's too late to be poor. So that's one. What can we do? We're already doing it. First of all, everybody here is here. You could be anywhere else. You could be in bed watching Netflix. You could be anywhere else. But you are here. Why? Because we all recognize somehow that law is indeed a business. And those of us who don't really know how to connect the law practice with business, we're here to learn it. So here we are at Strictly Law Business, Business of Law Conference in its 7th edition, 7 being the number of perfection. Even you, Busola, you're not standing still. In your 7th year, you now have Law Demi. You are becoming a Texas. There's so many other things that we've just coined our own song. I've decided to be a lawyer. By the way, I'm going to take that song further than you ever will. Just so you know. Just so you know, I'm dubbing it. And when you see it happening on the airwaves, you understand. But to be serious, I want to recommend 2 books. The Richest Man in Babylon. The Richest Man in Babylon, George Clason. And then Think and Grow Rich. Essential reading. That one is by Napoleon Hill. They are both very easy to read books. And honestly, if somebody had pointed out this to me at a much younger age, I'd probably be a multi-billionaire by now. I'm not poor, but I would like more. And I would probably have more now. Why? Because those books teach you the principles that you need to go personal wealth and also business wealth. Now, to the RPC, everything is evolving. You know, somebody, I think it was Folashade Ali, when she was making her keynote address, she said, you know, when people think of innovation, they think of tech things, it's all techie. No. Innovation is just simply thinking of ways in which to do something that we've always done better and more efficiently. And that's why I like the topic, Think and Grow Rich. When you read the book, it will help you to think of all sorts of ways in which you can grow rich. So innovation, for example, RPC says, don't visit a client in their office. There were reasons for that, and there were good reasons. But it doesn't often work in this day and age. And yet, as lawyers, we're guided by the rules and regulations that bind the profession. And so we don't want to run afoul of the rules. But who said you can't meet with your clients on Zoom? Who said you can't set up a Zoom meeting? He's in his office, you're in yours, and you're having a discussion. You haven't violated professional conduct. You haven't gone physically to the office, but then you've avoided the stress of, the client has avoided the stress of coming to you, and that stress could mean the difference between you being that client's lawyer and another person, because someone else might not feel as bound as they should. So there are all sorts of things that we can do to innovate and still remain within the bounds of practice. Now, as far as making money is concerned, I don't know why we got this notion that business savvy or making money from law practice is mutually exclusive from practicing law the way it should be practiced. Even people who are rooted and steeped in tradition are beginning to realize that there are so many ways to skin a rat. So for instance, COVID, like Chairman mentioned, taught us that there are ways in which we can put ourselves out there without, strictly speaking, advertising. And yet, you are earning a reputation that attracts more clients and more business. Knowledge sharing. We live in a knowledge-based economy now. And anybody that recognizes that the fact that you have the training as a lawyer alone means that all sorts of doors are open to you, from writing articles and putting them in media where people can read them, to providing courses like Law Demi is doing, to organizing conferences like this, like Strictly Business of Law is doing. These are all avenues whereby you advertise yourself and attract business. These are all things that some people sat down and thought, how can I make more money for myself as a lawyer? If the courtrooms are saturated, if the boardrooms are saturated, what other things can I do to put myself out there to make money in the process? I'm a proud alumnus of Olaniwa Ajayi, and don't listen to anything this man says. He says, that's what you think. That's what we know. And you know why? Because when I was in Olaniwa Ajayi, we celebrated 43 years of existence. That was many years ago. We've done 60 now, 60 something, 62 years now. Now, Olaniwa Ajayi today is not what Olaniwa Ajayi started being. It was a traditional law firm run by the father of the current, it's not managing partner, the head of the firm now. It was a traditional law firm, maybe one man, sole practitioner, few rooms in Western House or something, right? Doing traditional law firm business. And he sent his son to law school, and his son went on to Cambridge and went on to Harvard, and then came back and transformed Olaniwa Ajayi from a sole practitionership to a firm that has almost 200 lawyers, has a managing director, has all sorts of offerings to clients. They continue to innovate and best themselves because somebody is thinking. All that that person has is the same thing we all have, a law degree. So these are all the ways in which we can get around, Busola, to your question, those strictures. In any event, one thing that those kinds of questions, right, suggest to me, and I'll end on this, is that a lot of times, you know, for people that earn our living from reading, we actually don't really read. Because if you do, you realize that the RPC actually doesn't prevent us from advertising in the way you think. It doesn't. If you read, and I will enjoin us all to read the provisions of the rules of professional conduct so that you know what you can and cannot do, and you will find out that there's so much you can do within the existing framework. So much. And this is what other people have done successfully. We only need to look around us and see. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. And I think that was, I mean, a whole lot to digest. A whole lot to digest. Again, I want to, and I would want the other co-panelists to also give a shot at this question. How can we ensure that we build or we produce practice-ready lawyers? Because that's a tough one. And I'm doing recruitments, doing interviews, and you are seeing very excellent CVs, But when you start hearing what comes out of their mouth, their thought process, their thinking pattern, you are wondering, how did this person, pass through this rigorous law school that we keep talking about? And you have people who are really exceptionally, brilliant. They have the first class, 2-1. I said personally to myself that I would rather prefer to hire someone who has 2-2 or even third class. Because when you look at it, most times they are street smart. Because while they were in school, when I was in school, I was cooking. I ran catering business for over 10 years. So when I was in school, 100 level, I was cooking. My mates were in class having lectures. I was cooking. But you know what that taught me? It taught me a whole lot of things. I can be a genius, but I've not been able to maybe maximize that aspect of my life. But I can call myself maybe an average student. I did well. I had like upper 2-2, if there's anything like that. But I had a upper credit in my diploma in law. And that was because I was, studious. I was diligent. I wasn't doing any other thing. And then I was just wondering I could get into direct entry with this. But it didn't happen. So I told myself that I'm not just going to miss out, on another way. So yes, I have my diploma in law. I did very well. But can I also make money while, being in school? So when I was in school, my pocket money wasn't fantastic, but I was making money from other things. I was one of the first set of people that bought BlackBerry when it came out because of one single cooking transaction I got. So I'm saying that to say that there are a lot of people who are focused on, let me get the 2-1, the first class, so that I will get into the abouts of this world. But when it comes to, street smart, when it comes to commercial awareness, being business savvy, you find that you have to start training and retooling them. So what can we do in terms of maybe our legal education curriculum, and not just in law school, but from the university, to ensure that we are producing practice-ready lawyers? People who are equipped with the right soft skills, mindset, and commercial acumen.
Okay, maybe I should go first. And please, whatever I say should not leave this room, because I'm about to share a personal and live example. So at Olanu Ajayi,
do you want us to?
No. I can, for the purpose of, at Olanu Ajayi, we recruit people from whilst they're in law school. Focus on first class. Focus on first class and the rest of them. And I had to sit in an interview, and people who had double firsts, and for the life of me, I was trying to look for, I'm trying to be economical with my words, and I was disappointed. Double first class university, first class in law school, but these persons couldn't express themselves. It's a shame. But I'm telling you, point of fact, I sat in those interviews. Last week, law school graduated, 5,000 plus people were called to bar. These 5,000 plus persons have come into the market to engage with us. Maybe about 1,000 or 1,005 of them will set up shop the next day without any formal training. I've had cause to engage, as chair, I've had cause to engage law school to even complain about the quality of graduates, and I'm told that, they themselves are even struggling and they're even looking for lawyers to teach for free. And about 4 or 5 streams. So we keep on, we're running a mechanical shift. We're putting these kids through a factory. We put them in 8 months. They go in, they must write exams by December, they must get called to bar by November. They're not well baked, and it continues like that. So I don't have the solution, but somebody had said to me that perhaps we put a freeze on people admitted to study law. put a freeze on admission, and let's fix the mess we are in, because we're in a big mess. Those 5,000 plus kids that were called to bar last Friday, where's the work for them? The economy is bad. But I found myself in that shoe in 2006 when I graduated from law school. Initially, I was posted to Ikorodu, and I said to myself, me, Ikorodu is not possible. By the way, eventually, I worked at Ilupeju, so I've not always worked at Olanu Ajayi. But I was deliberate. So I've painted a gory picture, but to let you know that there is hope. So I was deliberate, and I said to myself, I will spend 1 year in this law firm, and after 1 year, I will market myself everywhere, and I'll make sure I get to work in the best law firms in Lagos. So after my first 1 year, I sent my CV everywhere. Alukanibode, Olubusola, I failed many. But every time I failed, I built on that failure. And I passed Olanu Ajayi interview. Not because I knew somebody, but because I had learned from my failures. I then passed, and then decided to be deliberate. Again, back when I was in uni, I wanted to make money, but I didn't know how. I went to AAU, and great effort to any AAU person here. I went to AAU. I wanted to make money, but I didn't know how. So I said to myself, I wanted to be a company secretary. But as at year 5, I had not done Nixon. So there was no direction. And I see that there are many young lawyers today, many graduates today who don't have any direction. They just want to make money, they don't know how. They will make this money. But here is the saving grace. Be deliberate. Craft for yourself a plan. Look, law school cannot solve all our problems. And like I was saying to somebody at that time, the man that started Flutterwave was somebody like you from a small room. Today, Flutterwave is bigger than 10 banks put together. But nothing says that you must make a living out of this law that you're studying. So I may be saying things, many things, but pick what applies to you from all of this rubbish I have said, and see how you can stand out, because all of us can speak English. Well, that's not true anyway. Not all of us can speak English. So there are some lawyers that cannot speak English. And I ask myself, how are you able to even find yourself in a profession where you can't speak English? But that's another deficiency in the system. So find a way to be better than the next man out there. Because the system has failed us. But you cannot fail yourself. And you're not failing yourself. You need to be deliberate. You need to craft a plan for yourself. And you need to follow through with that plan. So, Busola, I do hope I've answered your question. But to our colleagues out there, and in ending, let me say this. And at the right time, so I'll stop being chairman by next week, and Uchenna will take over from me. I don't envy her. But to be honest, I have seen a lot. As chairman, I've seen lawyers say, Chairman, please, help to pay school fees, help to pay house rent, help to pay salaries, and these are colleagues. So the question is, must we all be lawyers? I'll end it at that.
Okay, Busola, thank you very much for the question. And I'll say straight away, there are no easy answers to the multitude of questions that you have asked. But please, if somebody is brave enough in the audience to help me maybe translate this in a better way, the skies are wide enough for all the birds to fly without hitting each other. Does that make sense? Okay, good. Now, the point is that each bird has to take responsibility for how high or how low it decides to fly. And that is dependent on a combination of factors, the weight of the bird, wind speed, and so on and so forth. So it can fly low, it can fly high, it can fly somewhere in the middle. Without insulting anybody, just imagine that you are that bird, or you are a bird. My point is, I think it boils down to the choices we elect to make. The chair, and who am I to query the chair, has said it eloquently, the system has failed us. I wish I could contradict him and say, no, the system hasn't. But, I mean, I will be living in fool's paradise in that regard. But having said that, please, we have to live with the consequences of our choices. I have sat on several interviews for young and not so young lawyers in the last 5, 7, or 10 years. And by and large, the result has been disappointing for me, given my understanding of what the interview set out to achieve. And once I sat on an interview, and without disclosing to the person or the persons being interviewed, afterwards, they were told to give a summary, a written summary of what they had just experienced. And the rationale behind it was simply that for a lawyer, aside your verbal skills with spoken English, it's almost as important, perhaps even more important, to test and determine your proficiency with writing English. Because everything we do as lawyers starts and ends with something in writing. Forget the medium by which such is done nowadays. It starts and ends with what is written. Now, as I said, I sat on this interview, and when the results came in, I wasn't sure these persons who responded in writing were the same persons that we went through, because, I mean, people just wrote. Now, given what I've described, it's not what somebody else can do for you, because you experienced it, I experienced it, other members of that panel experienced it. And what was the deficiency we noticed? Some people just decided to read law for reasons that you're just not sure about. Law practice, and that's what I'm most familiar with, it's good to have a good degree, or any degree. But that on its own is insufficient. I'm sorry if I'm saying that, but it's just insufficient. You need to have some additional skills, which I doubt very much that the Nigerian Law School is in a position to offer you. So, do you have the soft skills? Do you have the temperament? Do you have the outlook on life? I will express, in quote, a regret. Like many lawyers, I was trained to detest mathematics. And I'm sure I'm not the only one in this room saying something like this. So I'm in good company, as it were. I was maybe trained or just conditioned. I think a better word to describe it is conditioned to detest mathematics. And so studying law was a refuge away from mathematics. How wrong I was. And I'm sure I can speak, please do not be offended, how wrong you are if you are of that frame of mind. Because if you want to service any serious client, not necessarily the type Olaniwa Ajayi do, but just any serious client, it could be a Nigerian, it could be a foreign client, you need some basic understanding of mathematics. Please, I am not revealing some divine truth. This is a professional truth. And so, if you want to embrace that outlook of law as a business, some of those things that we have indirectly been conditioned to believe is false. So please, today, if you, going forward, if you are of that mindset that not for me, I cannot understand it, it is not for lawyers, please, you are dead wrong. And to make progress, you need to embrace mathematics. Now, some of us got turned off when we were told to go and look for X, and I'm sure they are still looking for X in mathematics. Yes, maybe I still don't know who or what that is. That's not the type I'm talking about. But basic financial literacy is necessary for you as a lawyer. Now, the kinds of choices you make is also important for you as a lawyer. Please start the way businessmen start to reason. A businessman looks at it this way, that there's a problem, in quotes. I have a solution. That's the way a businessman thinks. That problem could be anything. It could be that we need to make this in smaller bottles. That could be the problem that is identified. And he believes he has the solution. That's the way a businessman typically thinks. Now, for you as a lawyer, there's enough room. There are some lawyers who decide that, look, I am going to specialize in the lower courts. I'm not going to be doing charge and bail, but I'm going to specialize in the lower courts. And that's their specialty. They've left the big issues, the Federal High Court, the Court of Appeal. They're not interested in that. And they're damn good at it. That is a choice. It doesn't mean they are less of a lawyer. It doesn't mean they are better than I or worse than I am. It's just a choice that they have made. And please sit with it and make the best of it. Because you have solutions to offer. You may never have had to go to the magistrate court, but very many Nigerians, in fact, some empirical statistics indicate that the vast majority of Nigerians experience the judicial system at the lower court level, at the magistrate court, customary court. So in other words, there's a market, to use the language of a businessman, at the lower court. They seek those who can provide legal services at that level. So it's a choice. There are those who then, escalate it higher. Oh, I want to specialize in banking, I want to specialize in maritime, intellectual property, and so on. It's a choice. What I'm also saying is, even for those of our colleagues who have decided to go in-house, quite frankly, please, if I'm wrong, I'm happy to take objections to it. As a counsel in any serious organization, the highest you can go is as the company secretary with your LLB or LLM. However, if you aspire to go beyond that, you need much more qualification and certifications. There are so many of our colleagues in banks. There's a gentleman who is well known. I will elect not to mention his name. He's run one of Nigeria's leading banks for ages. He's retired, gone into some other things now. He's actually a graduate of University of Benin. But the zenith to which he got was not on the strength of his LLB. It was on the strength of additional qualifications that he had. So again, you choose where you decide to perch. We cannot expect a system like this to give us the very best. So the best that we are seeing now are more like the exceptions. I mean, let's break it down. Many lawyers struggle to write proper English. It's not a happy thing to say, but that is the reality we are facing. So you have to choose if that is the level you want to play at. If we change the curriculum of the law school cannot teach you English grammar. That's not their business. That is not their responsibility. So do we then go back to the university? Certainly not. That's not the responsibility of the university. Perhaps we'll go back to the secondary schools. Then it gives you a sense of the gravity of what we are dealing with. Please, I could ramble all day, so forgive me to stop here for now. Thank you.
Okay, let me just weigh in. If I were the Minister for Education in Nigeria, because the question that Busola asked was with respect to what can we do, and BC did touch on sitting in on interviews and all that. You see, it's unfortunate how we got here, but we really must tell ourselves some home truths. Well, we're just gisting, because none of us in this room really has any way in which we can do anything about it. But if we have, until we have, even the MBA doesn't have any means by which we can do anything about it. It's really a policy thing. The truth is this. Let me start with where Mr. Jagbe left off, about deciding your own path, about being intentional. I said earlier on, I love that word, because that word intentional, if you write it down on a piece of paper and put it where you can see it every morning, honestly, the sky will not be your limit. It's transformative. If you just write the word intentional, if you don't take anything away from here, from what I say today, if you just write intentional on a piece of paper and put it where you can see it every day, it will transform your life. Think about it. If you cast your mind about 90% of world leaders have law degrees. You know, I told you earlier on, it's too late to be poor. It's really late. And the difference between being poor and being successful is that word, intentional. Decide what you want to do. And you can get anywhere you want. Any world leader worth talking about has a law degree. I challenge anyone to prove me wrong. So it just goes to show that that law degree is a real stepping stone. And once you have that degree, right, really the world is your oyster. So take that away. But back to what Busola asked and which BC touched on, because it's something that anyone who loves the profession really would be concerned about. Anyone who loves the profession would be concerned about. It's not popular, particularly for younger people, either people aspiring to the profession or having just entered the profession. Let me ask, how many people were just called in this last cohort? Put your hand up. Well, just one person? Okay, 2 people. How many people were called last year, 1 year post-call? Okay, so keep your hands up, please. Those of you that were just called and the last year, 2 years ago. Okay. Let me stop with you. Your law school experience, do you feel that it met your expectations? You do? Why do you think so? What tell me. Why did it meet your expectations?
Hold on. We get your mic to you. Okay. One house, please. Please, one house. Thank you.
Okay, personally for me, from Port Harcourt campus, we had a lecturer, Mr. Kanu, who was quite very intentional with us, and he put us through real life situations, and sometimes he just brings up some scenarios which feels kind of weird out of what we are discussing in class, but by the time we analyze all those scenarios, people who pay attention in class will actually get the most out of it. Then secondly, I was able to meet people from different walks of life and connect with other people. So what I would just say is, being in law school, I had some friends in law school that they were just focused on coming to class, going back into their room, sleep and read, go to library, they don't network with other people and all of that. Whereas there were some of us that we were quite unserious. We looked unserious on campus because we were always up and about and all of that. But to God be the glory, I graduated with.
Here you are. You see, maybe you are the wrong people to ask the question. We, the employers, we can see the gap. Oh, by the way, I have something for every young lawyer here that I want to give us. A little booklet that I did for New Wigs last week. And it has about 10 tips for life. I'll give it to you. And the first tip is mind the gap. Right? And mind the gap just simply means there's a huge gap between law school and practice. Busola said it. Most of you are not practice ready. In fact, all of you are not practice ready. And it's got nothing to do with your ability or your natural endowments. The truth of the matter, and I started out by saying, if I were the Minister for Education, honestly, I would overhaul the whole, or I would propose to overhaul the entire legal system, education, system of legal education. For one thing, we'll introduce financial literacy and professional ethics at university level. Because if we're talking about law being a business, if we're talking about law being a broad-based degree that can launch you into different directions, then it is at university that you should start knowing that. So alongside the law of tort and land law and so on and so forth, there would be compulsory electives, if there's anything like that. Since it's an elective, I don't know how it can be popular. But there will be electives that you'll be forced to take that teach you financial literacy. Because yes, it's true, most of us, Mr. Adabe said he was taught to detest maths. Me, I wasn't taught to detest maths, so I was afraid of it. I think I'm still afraid of maths today. So indeed, the law was a safe haven. We'll teach financial literacy. We'll teach the business of law and all the different possibilities that exist from studying law. We'll teach professional ethics, because unfortunately, those 9 months, they don't really help to ingrain the traditions of the profession that made it attractive to many people in the first place. I talk to many young lawyers and want to do away with so many things. Why? Because you don't know why they came about in the first place. I was watching a debate, young lawyers debate, I think it was last year. Does the monk make the, the hood make the monk, or does the monk make the hood? And the people who argued against the hood were in the majority. Most young lawyers want to do away with the wig and gown. They won't fear us again, no. They will not fear us again. When we remove that wig and gown, we'll be exactly like every other person. They will not fear us again. You better shine your eye. That wig and gown, let it stay. The law. Ah, my daughter is a lawyer. Oh, my son, let me call my son, he's a lawyer. Everybody wants their child to be a lawyer. It's because of the wig and gown. Get real. So, we can't do away with that wig and gown, no. Me, I don't want to do away with the wig and gown. I want them to continue to fear me, because like everybody has said, if they don't fear me, Google, ChatGPT, RVAI, they will become the law. So if I were the Minister for Education, that's what I would prescribe. Aside from the fact that I think that only people who really want to study law should study law. And therefore, I think law should be a second degree.
Absolutely agree.
I think law should be a second degree. Like most serious-minded jurisdictions, right? Study law as a second degree. Then by the time, if you are intentional about studying law, after you study the first degree, you will study the second degree. I have a first degree in English. I really didn't want to go back to study law. I'd been hearing all my life, you are going to do law, you should be a lawyer, you should be a lawyer. But I didn't make the cutoff point, so I studied English. And then I got a job, and I was earning money, and I was very happy about it. And I was telling people, for those of us who speak Yoruba, I don't want to. You see, the word for the word car in Yoruba means count and means read. I said, I don't want to read anymore. I want to be counting money. But thank God for my mother. You are going to do law, and God bless her, because everything that I am professionally is because she insisted. And I'm very grateful to God that she's alive, and by the grace of God will be alive to see me reach the peak of this profession. Amen. Thank you very much. So, law should be a second degree. The curriculum at the university level should be changed to accommodate the changing trends. And then, I think we should scrap law school as it is currently constituted. I think law graduates should go into the field and then be taking the modules as ICANN, like the ICANN people do. It makes better lawyers. You understand what you're studying, because you see, the gap between what we learn in university and what we learn in law school is so high. There were people, in my time, we didn't have this huge number of first class graduates from the law school. For one major reason. In university, you are taught to write volumes. They ask a question, you have to go back in time. I'm writing blah, 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 blah. You use the IRAC rule. In law school, short answers, straight to the point. It's very difficult to shift. Nothing prepares you for that. So you had people who did very well in university, making poor degrees in law school because they were not able to make that switch. And certainly when you come out, you don't know. So if you ask me, the greatest evidence that the law school is no longer fit for purpose is the fact that we have up to 250 people making first class. Yeah, and I don't say that to take anything away from anyone. It just shows it's not them, it's the cause, it's the system. the system of study, the system of exam. Law school is not a test of your knowledge, it's a test of your memory. And those people who are able to read, and how does that help you in the real world? But I'm not the Minister for Education. So this is just, we're just just rambling. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma. I think a lot has been said. And when Mr. Makonjola talked about, his experience, I mean, that's something scary for me. But, I mean, maybe my last, my final words would be, now that we have all of this understanding of maybe the things we can do better in terms of policy, and I like the fact that you said we should think of, scrapping law school. In 2022, I was in Austria, and I just went to the law school there. I just wanted to see what the law faculty was like, and I was having a conversation with them, and I said, okay, so when you finish from the university, you go to law school? They said, no, this is law school. Now, we don't go to law school. This is law school. So we are learning everything from here, and one house, please. And then in 5 years, or between 5 to 7 years, you can, finish your whole learning, and then you go to a law firm to then, take like an internship for over a period of 1 to 2 years before you come back to write your bar exam, and then you go back again before you get licensed. So you're not even writing your exam, and you are getting licensed immediately. And by that license, mean license to start a law firm. But over here in Nigeria, you get called to bar today, you can start practicing tomorrow. So for me, I'm of the opinion that I think that privilege has to be institutionalized. And that's why, I mean, the CPD points, I know it's a different conversation. We are not, interested. Some of us are not happy. I mean, I'm here now, I'm getting a message saying that this is your conference. Does it have CPD points? And people asked me, and really we wanted to do it, but I thought to myself that I am an advocate.
I didn't say, sorry to jump in on you. First of all, Busola, it would have been desirable, but unfortunately the numbers are far more than the available firms. Even with the best of intentions, how many firms can take on the numbers? So that's why I said there needs to be a systemic rule. But the one point that I didn't make is this. Why must we insist that everybody goes to law school? Why can a lawyer who has done a law degree that has no desire to practice law in the way that going to law school requires, why does it have to be that there's some sort of deficiency because you don't have your BL? Law is now no longer that specialized degree. It's a stepping stone for going into all sorts of directions. And so we shouldn't, perhaps what needs to happen is that it should be an option. And there should be no deficiency for anyone who chooses not to go to law school. You are a lawyer, you are a lawyer. If you want to go into traditional legal practice, you have to have a BL. Just like if you want to practice arbitration, you should at least have MCIR, right? So if you want to go to court, get the BL. But I think ethics is still that course that you can't pass law school if you don't pass ethics, right? But you see, when we went to law school, it was not just on paper. You really had to observe and obey those things. So things like your sleeves must be long. You can't show your wrists. Things like your hair, the kind of hair, you have to be very conservative and all that. Those things are not being, they're not being enforced or even talked much about. It's really just what you, right? It wasn't the case back in the day, but you can't blame them. They're tired. 4 streams, so many people, it's not easy. So that's why I say the whole system needs an overhaul. So the fourth thing would be, not everybody has to go to law school, and you shouldn't suffer any deficiency from that.
Okay, my answer will be brief. I think what we're largely talking about is how to reimagine law practice. And it's good that we're generating a lot of very brilliant ideas here. Of course, it's clear that the fundamental issues go way beyond us here, but we still owe a duty to our profession to talk critically about these kinds of issues. Please, as a side point, Mr. Chair and the incoming chair, whenever we do talk about these kinds of issues at the MBA level, I think it's also helpful that we are not talking to ourselves, but also people like the Council of Legal Education and even consumers of legal services, because oftentimes we talk to ourselves as lawyers, we criticize ourselves, but we don't pay enough attention to how does the public even see how the kind of services we render and assess us. And trust me, if you've done any just random sampling of what the public thinks about us, it can be quite revealing. Let us leave it at that. On a wider level is that this is an ongoing conversation. I would rather not repeat what Mrs. B has so eloquently stated. And just for those who know, Mrs. B will be, by the grace of God, be adding an additional title to her name before the end of the year. We'll be there to raise a glass in that respect. And hopefully I'm using that as a pointer to the kinds of choices that we have to make as young and not so young lawyers. If I can cite a personal example of mine, when I was at the law school, I didn't know, I had heard of lawyers in Lagos. Of course, I lived in Lagos, but I didn't know anybody in that respect. The names that were all over the place then, of course, were Chief F.R.A. Williams, but he was a larger-than-life character, both in literally and otherwise. So who am I? I mean, I just couldn't imagine how I could meet up with him. So I did something that came easy to me, very easy to me. Back in the day, we used to have law school journals. I don't know if they still do publish journals now in the law school. And those were well-written publications. So the man who, so I should give it away, who later became my first employer, he wrote something in the journal then. Now, what did I know? I was a bloody, please forgive my French, I was a bloody law school student, just wet behind the ears, didn't know much, but I thought I knew much more than I actually did. So I wrote the gentleman, and I think he was indulgent. Again, that is telling of his view of life. He was very indulgent because it was clear that I was a law school student. I made it known there. But what piqued his curiosity was, if you like, maybe the audacity of, who is this fellow, by the way? So anyway, he indulged me and asked me to come see him anytime I was free. So, being the kind of person I was, out of all the things I could have done on the day of going to visit somebody who eventually became my employer, I wore native, I wore Ankara, I wore something that was just off. I didn't know I was so off. He told me much later on. Anyway, again, he was indulgent enough to hear me out and not look at the way I was dressed. And maybe I made an impression. So he didn't offer me a job, but he held a door open, which I could see. Please, so behind this autobiography of mine is be intentional. I didn't know where I was going then, but I had an idea, a very rough idea. And I got a job with the gentleman. He's an SAN now, well into middle age. I see him, he sees me, we talk. You know, he's more like an older friend for me now. The point I'm making is, please have a plan, because the system is not primed to deliver optimum results for you, for me. Can we talk about the judicial system? What can I say about it that you do not know or you haven't heard? So perhaps you can look at this as making the best out of a not so good situation. Do not leave your fate to chance. It never goes well for you. You have to, as Mrs. B has said, you have to be deliberate. You may not know the end result yet. You may not know the end result. You may not know where fortune, where fate, providence will take you, but at least know where you are and have some hazy idea. And lastly, if you are indeed invited to an office, don't go there in Ankara as I did.
So, Mrs. B and Mr. Jagbe have spoken so eloquently about things that can be done. So, I really have not much to add, but to say that on a general note, and again, speaking from what I have seen, so it's easy for us to talk about our colleagues who have just been called to bar, talk about the fact that what they are taught in uni has no correlation with what they are taught in law school, and that doesn't have any correlation with what is in practice. But even our colleagues who are in practice, who are so badly behaved, we have no manners, we have this sense of entitlement as lawyers, we have no respect, thank you. And so there's a lot of things that are wrong with us, but if there's one thing that we want to do, and we should begin to do it now, is let's begin to reorientate ourselves. So whether you're a young lawyer, or you're a senior lawyer, or you're an intermediate lawyer, or an old lawyer, let's begin to reorientate ourselves. Someone like me, the only thing I can do is to talk in court. So unlike some other people, okay, you have a side also, you can cook, you can do stuff. I have no side also, I can't do any other thing. Other than, so I have no choice, this profession must work. And so my plea to all of us is wherever you find yourself, whether as a young lawyer, as a lecturer in law school, as a business person, as an academician, let's just make this profession work. And my plea is to all of us, wherever we find ourselves. And that will be my last words. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I've been told that I should round up. So I think this is a very good way to round this session up. We have all heard, and permit me to say that we all have a role to play in all of this. Because when we go back to our respective practice, your respective homes, or, what do you do? How do you project yourself as a lawyer? What are the things you do? What are the ethics of the profession that you do not even uphold? Because one person is enough. One person doing it right is not enough when we have several other people who are doing it badly. So we need to ensure that when there are conversations and people come to my DM to say, Busola, your lawyers, that issue of conference we had in 1 year like that, there were a whole lot of issues. And people started reaching out to me because they know that I'm a lawyer. And I said, I'm sorry, I don't watch our dirty linen outside, so I'm not going to have this conversation with you. So people already know that when you are talking about lawyers or you are bashing lawyers, you won't see me doing that. But I can go to the SLB community and say, see, if you're a community member, this community member, if you go and do anything like this, and I'm very grateful that community members uphold the ethics of the profession. We don't, so it's very, very important. So I won't go out and wash our dirty linen outside, but amongst us like this, we can have the conversation. But again, when you are all by yourself, when no one is watching, what are you doing to either pull the profession, to push the profession up or pull it down? What are you doing? We all have a role to play. We are all stakeholders. And I think that's how I want us to end this session. Thank you everyone for listening, and thank you very much to my panelists. We have a short presentation, a gift for Mrs. B. I'm sorry to our other panelists, but we have a presentation for Mrs. B. So just appreciate. Yes. So I'd like to thank you, ma'am, in recognition of your invaluable contribution as a panelist at the Business of Law Conference 2025. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this. Thank you so much. And thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Jagbe. Thank you very much. So can we have... So at this point, I would like to say, please, can we project the... you can take your seat. If you'd like to join SLB community, can I see a show of hand? Like you're interested in joining our community. You're not interested? Okay, so if you're interested in joining the community, we have a giveaway for you for today, just for today, and because it's my birthday. So I'm doing, and it's TBOLC 7.0. So we are doing a TBOLC 7.0 giveaway. Annual subscription is 100,000 naira. I mean, and the 100,000 naira is really low for the kind of value you get. There's peer-to-peer learning session on a bi-weekly basis, and then there's also the monthly expert webinar where you can have, an expert. You can tell us the topic you are interested in, and then we'll bring an expert. Chairperson, we need your attention, ma'am. Chairperson. So where we can have, so we have expert learning session bi-monthly, and you can tell us the topic you want us to bring an expert to teach or train us on. So if you're interested in joining the community, please, media, can you project, media, OC, please can you project the link to join the community? So if you scan this QR code, it takes you straight to how you make payments, and it brings you straight to the community. It's automated. We are that tech savvy. We have our CTO here, Faith Obafemi. She just came from UK few days, just 2 days ago for the conference, and then to just also rest. So you can scan the QR code to join the community. If you are joining today, you get a 30,000 naira discount. So you are coming in at 70,000 naira, right? That's 7.0, right? But after today, it goes back to 100,000 naira. So if you are right here now and you want to join, this is your queue to join in. You're paying just 70,000 naira for a whole year, and your year starts from today, right? So not just the rest of the year. Your year starts from today until next year. So there's a whole lot of learning. If you love what you have seen today, this is just, they're saying this is just the tip of the iceberg, because there's a whole lot more that you can learn from the community. So I hand over back to our compare, and she blows us away.
All right. Once again, can you please put hands together for a convener, please? So we are gradually coming to the end of today's conference. And I believe that we've learned a lot of things, and there are a lot of things that we'll be doing differently. Now, if you're a new wig, can you please rise? New wig, stand up now. You're not a wig at all. Intending wig. Stand up, stand up. Intending wig, stand up, rise, rise, rise. New wigs, intending. Please put your hands together for them. Let them feel welcome. Let them keep on clapping for them. So on behalf of Mrs. B, on behalf of Miss, until I give it to every one of them, don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping. Don't stop clapping. Keep on clapping. Keep on clapping. Make it louder. Make it more robust. Can you please let me pass it on? Okay. All right. There you go. This is for you. This is for you. Can we all say thank you, Mrs. B? It's not loud enough. Make it louder. Blow the roof off. Because it takes a person with a large heart, someone that wants to see you grow, and a mother at heart as well. So can we please celebrate her one more time? All right, congratulations to you. What you have in your hand is going to help you and make your journey much more effective. Do you believe that? All right. So do we have... Okay, all right. Thank you very much. Once again, can you please celebrate them one more time? All right. Okay, so if you are 1 year in practice, can you stand? Do like this. Excuse. Do like this. Do like this. All is well. All is well. So if it's your first year as a lawyer, stand up. Okay, first year, second, bros. Excuse, bros. Stop it. Okay, 1 to 5, stand up. You should say thank you to Mrs. B. To sit down and write book, it is not easy. With all her titles, it's not easy. Give to the lady at the back. Stand up, stand up, stand up. Yes. Everybody say thank you, Mrs. B. God bless you, Mrs. B. Okay, just before we wrap up, one of the things that have been highlighted, excuse me, we will network later. We will network. Don't worry. Just relax. Okay, one of the things that have been highlighted in the course of today's event is, beyond understanding the business of law and what have you, you need to understand how to network. And one of us here today has written a book in that regard, and she'll be sharing with us shortly. So ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Oluwatoyin Ajala. Can you please celebrate? She is a very fine author and a lawyer. That's why she's wearing a coat of many colors, so that you can see her properly. So over to you, ma'am. You have just 2 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Daddy. Thank you so much, Mrs. B. Yes, ma'am. So today, there's a word that kept reverberating all through the sessions. Networking. Network with, get customers, get clients by networking and all of that. But how many of us usually find ourselves lost? Because it just ends at your network is your net worth. But then, where do we go from here? So it's about moving from that knowledge to reality. And I wrote this book, it's been over a year now, because I was at that point where I realized how much networking has actually helped me as a lawyer in building my practice. Now it's a limited partnership law firm. The law firm just produced the next chairman of MBA Lagos. We're doing so many things, even beyond, the politics. We are having clients all around the world. We're having we're having branches in Abuja, Lagos, everywhere. How did I move from someone that didn't have any clients at all to someone that now has all of that, and we are still growing? We have a long way to go. It was by networking. And so I decided to pen down all my experiences. So this book has a lot of storytelling, my personal journeys of people that I've seen around me on how to actually network effectively, the principles. It doesn't matter if you're an introvert or an extrovert. What matters is the principles and how to go about, utilizing these principles to work for you in your own unique field. And that's why I have this book. Some of you already have a copy of it out there, but if you don't, please step out. You have an opportunity to get a discount if you are right here getting this book. It's 10,000 naira, but you get it for 8,000 if you get it outside. So if you go out, you meet a lovely lady out. If you have further questions, let me know. But I hope you leave this place with a copy of this book. It's all about learning, building your soft skills. Networking skills is a very important tool for you to have as a lawyer. And I hope you get a copy of this. Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for author Madam Oluwatoyin? Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. But please let us ensure that we get a copy. It is a vital tool in your skill as a lawyer. It's very important to know how to network. Beyond taking on numbers, how do you follow up? How do you then water the relationship? How do you build the relationship? Very importantly. So at this point, we will now draw the curtains on the 7th edition of the Business of Law Conference. Thank you so much. You have been an amazing, phenomenal audience. And just before we wrap up with our anthem, how many of us are ready to sing our anthem again? Are you ready to sing our anthem again? But just before that, it's been a pleasure. My name is Jadesola Adewodun. I'm a media personality, a communications executive, and a voiceover talent, and a TV host, by the way. It's been a honor serving as the master of ceremonies. I didn't do this alone. I had TT Ishaya. She's somewhere outside. She's a brilliant legal mind. Thank you for having me for the 7th edition. BA, God bless you. And with this, I say good night and God bless you. All right. I have decided to be alone. Okay. Are you sure? check, mic check. Okay, everyone, please don't go. We have cake because today is our convener's birthday. And we have cake and light refreshment, so don't be in a hurry to go. It's a perfect edition because the 7th edition and also the birthday of our convener. So can we have the cakes quickly, in front? Can we have the cakes in front? Planning Committee TBOLC, please, where are you? Planning Committee TBOLC, please, where are you? Planning Committee. All right. Planning Committee TBOLC. Congratulations, our convener, and happy birthday to you. Can we have the Planning Committee of TBOLC? We need you right now to be on stage. Planning Committee TBOLC, please come on stage quickly. Motolani, where are you? Titi Saya, where are you? Please come on stage. Planning Committee TBOLC, Titi Shaya, where are you? Titi and Moti. Moti, where are you? Moti, where are you? Planning Committee TBOLC, please come on stage. All right. Are we ready? So we'll cut the cake with the acronym TBOLC 7.0. Are you ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Give me a T. Give me a B. Give me an O. Give me an L. Give me a C. What is that? TBOLC 7.0. Happy birthday, BA. For she's a jolly good fellow. For she's a jolly good fellow. For she's a jolly good fellow. And so says her. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Hip, hip, hip. Happy birthday, BO. Sound, please. Now to unleash the groove. We want a party. Now we are ready for you people. Let's party. Play song for us. Thank you.
Sabi girl no they too like talk. Animals they in human form. Body man nobody like walk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish they won't fight us. If them they run them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. Me no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my dad be no wrong. But he dey rush well, he be much. Now gotta make my top, he dey rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. He dey rush well, he be much. No be hype, everybody dey crush. There's no dolly with us. You fool me jackpata, I dey go Ghana. We never thought you dey from back. Which kind money we never see before. Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay. I never take my cake away, Ajay. You can't count my grace. I just stay my lane. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Come on, mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, no one hear what they want telling me. Good enough, my fantasy. They want to check if my tap be no wrong. But he dey rush well, he be much. Now gotta make my tap, he dey rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. He dey rush well, he be much. No be hype, everybody dey crush. There's no dolly with us. But he dey rush well, he be much. Now gotta make my tap, he dey rush. The kind money we touch, he dey rush well, he be much. No be hype, everybody dey crush. There's no dolly with us. No dolly.
You got the whole world in your hands.
You got the whole world in your hands. Within the bars, you know, you got the whole world in your hands. Commando.
God's in charge and God's in control. When I call up in his name, man, he's coming pronto. When I'm low on my faith, then it's him I run to. He's always there, man, he's always there to console.
I said, Jesus, you be my commander. Anytime I need you, you be the answer.
That's why I give thanks to the Father. If it wasn't for you, I could have been in disaster. Hey.
You know you focus. Everything I want, I order. Everything makes sense. I know. We like to drop out. You know you focus. Everything I want, I order. Everything makes sense. We like to drop out. You got the whole world in your hands.
Wait till it passes, wait till it passes, you don't get it. You got the whole world in your hands. Commando. The way you love it to kill him off. The way you holding me tight, I can't go. Forget the console, you get the control. You got the whole world in your hands. Everything bows to your voice. You control, you got me, I won't leave. Forgive me the reason within me. Forecast everything I want, I do. Everything nice and smooth. Drop out. You don't need to focus. Everything I want, I order. Everything nice and smooth. You like it, drop out. You got the whole world in your hands. You got the whole world. Within the past, you know. You got the whole world in your hands. Come on, you got the whole world in your hands. You got the whole world in your hands. Within the past, you know. One day. You got the whole world in your hands. Yeah. Come on, come on, Come on, You supposed to know I be your Alabama. And if you go there, I go be your cardigan. Bend the shoulder like you do the shalabam. And if you are there, I go bring the Taliban. Cincinnati, you the Cincinnati. Me a there for party, link up for Italy. Even when I there for Puerto Rico, I follow you there for Coco Michael. Hey, do you remember back in December when I no get cheddar? You be my